Folks, our breakout sessions are starting now. Please make your way to your breakout rooms, starting in 2 minutes. And the breakouts, as was previously announced, main stage has our track 1, track 2 and 3 are upstairs, 1 floor up. Please make your way to your breakouts. Thank you.
Folks, the breakouts are about to begin. Track 1 is right here on the main stage where we were this morning. Come grab a great front row seat. Track 2 and 3 is upstairs. Grab your coffee, grab your dessert. Don't break the shovel in your chocolate pudding. And get to your breakout. Breakouts are beginning in just a moment. Enjoy. Get to the breakouts.
Folks, our breakouts are beginning right now. Please make your way to the main stage. Presentations are beginning right now.
Hello, everyone. Hope like everybody's fed and it's not gonna crash too bad like kind of during my presentation. Like to talk about design classics. I have like some guests today, but actually I really would like to give you like some understanding how to make that possible. My name is Achila Armstrong. I'm the head of design for DevRev. There's one fun fact about me. My favorite fruit is jackfruit, but you cannot get good jackfruit in the US. I'm Brazilian. That's where you get, or in India, that's where you get like a decent jackfruit. So like, it's something that actually I really enjoy. It's my favorite fruit.
So good looking being a Brazilian.
That's good. So why design classics? Everybody here most likely wants to build something that lasts, that actually stands the test of time. And it's more complicated than it seems sometimes. And in other ways, it's like a lot simpler. It's just like I need to focus on a few basic things. I would like to go over like kind of 5 principles that I believe that actually are the necessary stepping principles like for great design. So why do some products stand the test of time, and others don't? It's a lot because like, creating great products is about crafting them, really thinking about the details and many other things that actually are related to it. So as we say as designers, icons aren't born, they are crafted through a lot of work. One of the things that actually is very common, like, in particular in our industry of technology, like, it's thinking about more and thinking about technology as the only thing that drives progress. I think the crafting of like, great products and great design is all about like, reducing things to the basics, to actually like, eliminating all unnecessary complexity out of it. I'm going to talk a little bit about this more in detail, like, with the different principles that I go over it. So the first principle that I like to talk about is user-centered. This term has been thrown around a lot on the last 30 years that I feel that's almost losing its meaning. For me, like, what I like to talk about is really like, how user-centered. It's about having empathy for people, what they care about, like, how they actually see and use things on a day-to-day basis. You can take this as a truism in design, like, design that just starts with people will stand. Technology changes all the time. How much technology change that we are seeing on the last 3 years, for example, and how much you're going to see over the next 5, with AI coming to play. The most important thing is really to actually focus on the people that are actually using your product and let the technology bring innovation, but actually with a very clear focus on the user side. I would like to bring a friend, George. He's the senior vice president of design and product design at the New York Times, to talk a little bit about how they think about user-centered design.
Thank you, Attila. Well, it's for a 170-year-old company like the New York Times, there's only really one way how you can stay in business, is by focusing on who your customer is. It makes a lot of sense. And one of the things is, if you think about the New York Times as a newspaper, right? The New York Times wouldn't exist today. Right? I mean, here's just a quick snapshot of 20 years of web page design. And the web page of the New York Times is really, or the purpose of the New York Times is to help people understand the world, right? It has very little to do actually with delivering a newspaper, although that is the physical manifestation of it, or a website. It is really about how do you provide people with the information they need to make sense of the world around them. I'm skipping a little bit ahead of the new New York Times app that actually launched 2 weeks ago, because it brings a lot of these principles to the core. At the very center, you have a Today feed that elevates to top stories of the news in an urgent way. It's live. A printed newspaper wouldn't have been live, but consumers want to know information that sometimes is unfolding up to the minute. If you look to the side, we heard a lot about the election, so the New York Times now has a dedicated election panel that provides information from data all the way to the storytelling. Consumers are multifaceted in their interests. There is a dedicated lifestyle panel, and of course, being able to dive into sports, cooking, shopping. And while that's cut off by the stage, but you'll notice also in the New York Times app, you'll be able to access information by even to listen to it or even to be able to play the games. So here, if you take the mission of the Times of helping people understand the world and start with the user need and then build a user experience around it, it truly allows it to stand the test of time. Thank you. And I should say, who knows if this is going to be a classic, but I sure hope so.
It's already a classic. Like it has been fairly recognizable for so many years. Like it's really, it's a great. I use these every day, and it's a great app, by the way. Yeah. So the next big principle is actually consistency, and I think this is an extremely underrated, almost criminally underrated concept in design. We are looking for new things all the time. And most of the time, like, we throw the baby with the bathwater. So consistency, it's one of the things that actually make great products great products. You have to create the familiarity over time in order to actually people attach to you. So attach the things that you want to do. So, but consistency doesn't mean that you're not going to be evolving things. You have to keep an evolution all the time, in order to become a timeless product. You cannot stay in the past. It's not having consistency, having very little change. You have to change a little bit, but actually you have to keep the core of a product consistent over time. A good example of this is the 911. You probably all know this car. It's turning 60 years old this year. Has changed quite a bit, but the core of the product is still pretty much the same. It's still a great driving experience. The handling is arguably the best handling of any car that you can get, no matter the price. They still have a rear engine, which is not something that you see in a lot of cars nowadays. So keeping some level of consistency, it's one of the paramount principles to create timeless design. Next principle, simplicity. I think it's one of the core principles for design. I think every designer wants to achieve simplicity at all costs. But simplicity doesn't mean making things simple. The complexity is still very much under it. You just don't pass that over to people. You do the work to actually simplify how people interact with things, even though they might be extremely complex to actually make it happen. I have some good examples of this later on, that. But a good example that it's the AeroPress. Very simple design. Pretty much anyone that can look at it know what to do here. You have no instructions necessary. Most people love coffee. Not my thing, even though I'm Brazilian. I prefer tea. But the AeroPress is a great product. There's quite a lot of engineering and design thinking to actually make something that simple, but that works perfectly every single time. We keep buying more and more expensive coffee machines, but this one actually works really well. The last one, or the fourth one, is cultural resonance. In order for something to last for a long time, you have to keep tapping into what's happening with the world. There's a few products and companies that actually have that top of mind. I think we tend to not think about products as part of culture as much, but the best products are always on the fabric of culture, and always thinking about what is current out there, and how can I bring these into my product, and how can I actually participate of the culture around me. It's products that actually start getting behind. products that start getting behind are the products that actually forget the culture is what actually they are trying to represent. We all, when we start products in companies, like we start in a particular moment, and we are trying to address a particular need of our times. But these needs change over time. Like you have to actually keep like evolving with it. A good example of this, it's Apple. Just to see like how they do the different eras, like from like the IBM era, where mainframes and technology was a big like a corporation thing, to get into like the fight with in 95, 2000, everybody talk about Windows and Mac, like as they talk about Rolling Stones and Beatles, like so it was pretty much the same. And they keep like a tap into culture to today, like everybody have a camera phone. That's why they actually develop products that actually are related to people documenting everything. So keeping as part of culture, trying to actually connect what's happening with the world, it's what makes timeless design timeless. And the last big principle for me is quality and details. One of the things that actually is really hard on our data-centered world, like move fastest at all costs, is actually thinking about the little details. It takes a lot of effort, but all classic products, they are remembered by the details. They are not remembered by like how they were successful at any given point. It's actually how does it feel, and it takes a lot to actually think about this. So for all of you that building products, thinking about the details as a core part of what make a product successful is really important. It's not just the metrics, it's not just the data, it's actually some of the subtleties of it. I'm going to use the usual suspect again. There's a pre out there, thinking about detail. The new Apple Pencil Pro, when you are actually using it, they cast shadow on the screen. That's a completely digital shadow. And if you change the actual pen that you're using, it changes the shadow to the pen that you're using. There's so much technology that was to do this, to make people feel that actually they're using pen and paper, and making the product feel great. If you ever use a Apple Pencil, there's no better pencil, digital pencil than this one. And it's all about these little details that actually you spend an incredible amount of resources, an incredible amount of thinking, and actually developing technology to make something like this possible. It's not just a graphical thing. There's actual technology inside of the actual pen to make something like this possible. So details is the last big principle to make timeless design. Why this is good for business? We want our products to last generations. The more people use, the more it is passed around, the more you can actually make revenue and grow your company. So it's really important to actually think about timeless design, the desire of doing timeless design as a way to build loyalty and community around your own products. If anything, is really extending the longevity of your product and extending the longevity of your company, and giving you the capabilities to actually grow into different areas. Imagine something like Porsche, for example, or Levi's. They move from just doing pants to all sorts of things because they had the brand loyalty to support that. To support them, support users to believe I can sell something different for them, and that's why you pay so much attention to your products to try to make them a classic. It comes with a lot of benefits on that. So to put this in summary, the 5 big points around or the 6, I would say. which around like kind of making great timeless design. It's like put users first, have empathy, always care about like kind of how people are going to use. That's more important than most things that you're going to do any given day. Second thing, like kind of always evolve, but with intention, caring a little bit about like kind of the details, like oh, it's the other big thing. Like I mean, but like always have like a point of view how to do it. Always keep simple for the user side. Develop the technology, bring like kind of the actual things that make sense to make a great experience for the user. It's a lot what like, we are trying to do with DevRev at this point, like kind of by bringing AI to simplify things, like kind of over like kind of the experience, like having all the complexity completely hidden and bringing like kind of AI like kind of to the folk to actually make things simple. Try to be cultural relevant. Tap into like kind of what's happening in the world, always pay attention to it. One thing that I usually do, like the people say that I'm crazy, like I try to listen to music from only the last 2 years. So like I actually know what the kids are doing. So that's the way that actually I try to keep like things like kind of you easily can go back like oh I just like this from my 15 years. Okay, well, when I was at 20, I try to keep like listening to what's new, so like I know what's going on. And obsess over the essential details. And don't forget, consistency is everything. Everything in design is consistency. A lot of designers will try to do a bunch of new things, call them down, like, no, this needs to be consistent. I would like to bring George back, like, at the event. If you guys have questions, like, I would love to actually answer them. Thank you.
Sure.
So the advent of AI and AI agents, products are evolving faster than ever, right? So, and some of these things that you talked about, keeping up with even what our kids doing or who your persona is, right? How do you make sure that if we are investing a lot in design, how do we make sure that it's not just relevant for today, but even 3 years out, especially in today's day and age?
Yeah, so the question was like with the advent of AI and the rapid amount of change, like how do you really invest forward that whatever design investments are making that they're still going to be relevant? I mean, I'll give you an answer for the New York Times. A lot of the changes in AI that are happening will allow us to tailor the news to people. And when you go back to helping people understand the world, the ability to tailor information to a reader is essential. And the second thing is with DevRev, if you think about the investment in search, that is also not going to go away. It's just going to become, it's a steps change how things are going to be better. So in many ways, search will start by making information more convenient or being more accessible. And that's also a share bet. Like anytime you can make something more convenient for a consumer, it wins. So when you think about how AI is improving sort of results around search or its ability to tailor, you got to understand that better and better and better. And it's clear that's not going to go away.
Yeah, I think to add a little thing to this, like I feel pretty privileged, like to be a DevRev, like starting a product where like a conversation is first. Like a language comes to the forefront. That's something that's always going to be evolving and is very natural to people. So like most likely, like if you design like things that actually are as natural as talking, as having a conversation with someone, most likely you're going to last. And if you stick to that point, there's a good chance that actually everything that we are designing at the company, like you become a classic at some point. You first. Oh, you first, yes.
Okay. It's so nice to give it to me. You didn't want to give it to me, but in AI, based on big data, overall, whatever is consuming, based on that whole knowledge base, whatever it is that's collecting, it makes the decision what to use, what to do more. This is a foundational question here on that big data. How does the AI systems, how does it differentiate between meaningful data, useful data, and
data, how that decision is made, and the morality of the assumptions and so that comes in. What does it do?
Yeah. So the question here was around, like, large language models have consumed copious amounts of data, but how do they really distinguish from what's meaningful? I will go a little bit further. You have to be accountable for what comes out on the other side. As a service provider, the company that's providing a service, it needs to be accountable for the information that it provides. For example, if the New York Times uses AI models to identify, bomb craters and munitions or destruction in Ukraine, like, the New York Times is accountable for the output. So we look at human in the loops. We look at accountability along all of those lines. I think at this point, and this is why I think DevRev is such an interesting place, is that DevRev is grounding all of its AI models in the actual knowledge graph of a company. So there's a reference check here. Like, it could be human beings, but it's also just being able to tap into an actual company's data set, right? You got to ground it in reality. AIs are good at transforming and relating, but they don't know what's new or what's meaningful. That's right. There's a lot. Humans with great user interfaces need to be in the loop, and you need to have accurate, actual data from companies if you want to reason about what that company is doing, right? And so that's where sort of technologies like AirDrop comes into play.
One more question. I think you came first. Yeah.
Thank you both. I really enjoyed the talk. I'm curious on both of your philosophies on this. It's a design kind of theory question, but it's just interesting to me. Do you think that timelessness is emergent? As you continuously prod your users for feedback on your marketing and obviously how it's performing, but their own opinions, maybe focus groups, do you think what's truly timeless about a brand or a marketing strategy or a campaign comes out of that? It's an interaction with the company and the users? Or do you think that consistency, almost a push and a confidence in your core ethos, is really what pushes for timelessness? And I'm sure both of you have examples from either side of that. I'm more curious, like, what do you think generally is more successful?
So, from my point of view, it's not a zero-sum game on this one. I think it's both. But I do believe that you have to start with a principle first, with understanding like what people want, what people need, before you start listening to them. Like, you actually have to listen to actually figure out like, what you want to do, what you think you can actually create that's actually going to be an added value to people, based on like you being a human, like creating something, and then you actually listen to the user, like as people using, like to actually fine-tune around like the core, that's what you actually thought like on the first place. I think people are just considering a lot of their gut instincts to push on data to make decisions. Like I think it's important to have like both at the same level. If you have data, you should use, but you should trust like the humanity of your own humanity, basically.
Yeah. I believe you want to create something enduring and timeless, it takes time. And for that to actually be relevant, you need to pick something that's a little bit out of the periphery, it's a little bit on the fringe. That's where you start. Some people might use language like you're contrarian or you have a really strong value that you hold. And so at the very, very beginning of a journey, you're usually on the outside of the norm. And you need a lot of stamina to just hold on to that and refine it and practice it. Even a lot of the designs sort of that are today recognizable icons, they probably started as being strange. Going back to sort of the AI piece is like AI can tell you what's normal, but AI can't tell you it's strange but absolutely relevant in the future. That requires humans, that requires effort, that requires founders, dedicators, and true creators. And I think that's sort of where I think that's where sort of the value and the impetus is. And along the way, of course, talk to people. You don't want to be creating by yourself, right? But I think if you want to create something enduring today, it's probably going to be unrecognizable to most, and it will take some time. But when you stand and are then consistent and consistently working to it, it becomes iconic.
I think we are out of time, unfortunately, for the next session. Thank you very much for.
Great. Thank
Hi, welcome everyone. Uh, Today we are in this particular session. We are going to talk about how AI is really changing the game for operations, and along with it, how it's going to impact the workforce of tomorrow. And in the last few days, I've had the privilege to know Dr. Harry Quinn, CTO at TCS. Please, Doctor. So, in our conversations, we have been talking about, how we see the productivity in businesses, in operations, and how do we look at the workforce of tomorrow when, with all this stuff that we have been talking so far today, how is that going to impact organizational structures? So from that perspective, I really wanted to, take some insights from Dr. Harry Quinn. And Dr. Herrick, after knowing you, it feels like you have started off with being a professor, then you went and you opened a startup, and then you TCO at CTS. It's very, very interesting. And I remember like yesterday at the dinner, somebody else was asking it like, can you tell us more about that journey? So would love to hear from you.
Hello. Yeah, it's working now. So first of all, thank you very much for having me here. So I guess it's been an interesting career or journey. So I did my PhD I did my undergraduate in IIT Bombay in India, then PhD at UC San Diego, then became a professor for almost 15 years at UT Austin. And one fine day, I guess I don't quite know why exactly, but one fine day I decided to go back to India and said we'll do something interesting in India. So before I went to India, I actually did startups in the US. Then I went back and joined TCS as chief scientist looking after the largest R&D center that's in Pune. So right now I'm based out of Pune. And so then actually went through this whole experience of actually building a product startup in a services company. And so many things led to one thing to another, but finally now I'm the CTO, essentially looking after all of our research and innovation, everything future.
Awesome. So Herrick, recently I was reading through one of the LinkedIn posts that came from Indian Express. It talked about the Tata Group across 23 of its large companies grew revenue by 11%, profit by 35%, and valuation by 45%, whereas the headcount was pretty much flat. And then they go on to say that that's not just the story at TCS, but also at Reliance and Mahindra's and many other big companies out there from India. So would love to hear your thought, like, how did Tata Group achieve this efficiency, and what role did you see of automation and AI in it?
So I think I would say we are sort of at an early days in terms of sort of the overall impact. But in my mind, actually, when you think about the technology, AI, and its implication on work, there are sort of three different stages of maturity, if you will. The first stage is what I would call as the assist phase, where technology is going to assist people do what they're doing maybe slightly faster. So effectively improve productivity, do either part or all of the activity or task for the person. The second, which is where I would say vast majority of what's happening today is in that category. The second level of maturity is going to be more what we call as augment or augmentation, which is actually getting the technology to make people better. In fact, one interesting observation and insight is that if you look at almost any knowledge work that happens in almost any industry, if you look at software engineering also as knowledge work, the gap between average and elite is a factor of 100. In terms of the quality of software produced is a factor of 100x. And year after year, in spite of adding more and more automation, the gap has not changed. And the reason why that gap exists is because all of us actually do a lot of knowledge work. The knowledge work is a combination of decisions and actions. The focus of automation is on actions. Decisions are still actually driven heavily by tacit knowledge that people carry. And because of the gap in the tacit knowledge, you sort of get this 100x. So the question now is, in fact, the problem is even worse because the elite of today becomes average of tomorrow because the rate at which tacit knowledge is becoming obsolete is actually accelerating. So the second phase is likely to be using technology to augment people's ability to make better decisions, to consequently dramatically improve the quality of work that will be produced. In a sense, it's almost like taking tacit knowledge that is within an organization and actually converting that into digital knowledge and then using that to completely transform. So that's a phase 2. The phase 3 is actually going to be what we call as transform, which is to actually completely rethink a value chain itself. Right? So if I just give you an example, if you think about, say, customer service or contact center is a good example. So the assist there is to actually use AI to do, let's say, sentiment analysis and actually generate a report, right? Augment there is more actually helping an agent providing insights to actually better next best action or things of that sort. Transform is actually asking the question, why is the call coming in the first place? Right? Can we reimagine the contact center to be near zero inbound contacts? So effectively, can you turn a contact center from a cost center to a value center, from predominantly inbound to mostly outbound, and actually influencing customer value? So now if you look at these 3 phases, you are actually going from improving productivity to completely redefining value perceived by customers, right? And that's actually the same journey. So the numbers that you talked about earlier are actually a reflection of the fact that you're starting to use technology at all levels, right? So some places you're actually building new products and services that are completely redefining value and thereby improving, if you will, revenue per employee. On the other hand, you are actually at the simplest end of the spectrum is essentially primarily assist. And that is really sort of the journey that every organization is likely to go through.
Right, right. And in fact, it's an interesting point you mentioned that there is not only like we are upskilling in some sense, the upskilling of people are happening. At the same time, we are trying to maximize automation. How do you see these two like kind of coexisting, and how should people think about balancing the two?
Yeah, so I think, the automation is actually going to reduce the effort required. The upskilling is going to, the moment you actually, the future, I think in the morning also, I think this was a point that was made, is that the future is inherently hybrid. Well, people and machines essentially sort of cooperating, where people are going to augment machines, and machines are going to augment people, right? But when you do that, the role of people fundamentally changes. It changes from sort of doers of work to interrogators and trainers of machines, reviewers of work done by machines, and actually owners of critical thinking and creativity. And this is perhaps the biggest change that is going to happen. So the roles, and as machines get more and more intelligent, the roles will continuously left shift to higher order thinking, if you will. And that's perhaps the biggest challenge every organization is facing. That to infuse AI or to become AI mature, if you will, you will need to, it's not just a tech problem, it's an organizational change management problem, because all the roles will have to change, not just once, but perhaps continuously. And that's what is going to make this entire journey non-trivial to actually embark upon.
Right, right.
And that's where the training needs will also continuously change, because the roles themselves are going to keep changing.
Yeah, and I think on training point, I think you mentioned like how TCS is one of the biggest universities.
Yeah, I mean, we have 600,000 people, right? And in fact, I just mentioned that statistics also a little earlier, that the half-life of a skill, the time it takes for a skill to reduce half its value, has gone from 30 years to 6 years and shrinking fast. What that actually says is that every person will probably need to get retrained every 5 to 6 years. All of our children, for sure, will actually not do the same thing for many, many years. So for us, that means essentially retraining 100,000 people every year, right? With 600,000 people, that makes us almost the world's largest university by far, right? I mean, it's a huge challenge, and the bigger challenge is not just the scale, but also the need to personalize the training, which is that it is not a one-size-fits-all. It's not about saying, let's train everybody on prompt engineering, because that may or may not be the right thing to do. So I think finding sort of almost personalized training journeys for people is perhaps the biggest challenge that every organization will think about. So, in fact, we talked about using AI for actually doing personalized talent engagement is perhaps the future of every enterprise.
Right, personalized learning and development. Yeah,
Yeah.
That's a great point. I think on similar lines, one thing that we have been kind of thinking, and this is like some of the metrics out there, just which is if you look at the software developers out there.
Yeah.
We have like maybe around 25 to 30 million software developers around the world. And now with co-pilots and prompting and a lot, we have more and more people who can talk to machines. In some sense, we have many more machine operators than we used to have, maybe before all of this AI madness came in. So from that perspective, what do you think is the impact on global system integrators, and how, places like TCS, how does that evolve in terms of organization and thinking? Just what is the impact of that they should?
No, I think the inherently everything is going to left shift, as we talked about earlier. So the problems are going to shift from how to do something to what should I do, and more importantly, why should I do what should I do, right? So if you think about the problems that organizations like TCS or all SIs try to solve, is that they actually try to solve a business problem using all the sort of technologies that are made available to them, right? So the question is going to shift to which problems are worth solving and why. And this goes back to the assist, augment, transform, which is, are you doing something to actually improve productivity, or are you actually doing something to completely redefine value? And in fact, most disruptions will happen because of transform, not because of assist. So right now, we are perhaps unfortunately too focused on automation and productivity improvement. I think we are probably missing the big picture. The big picture is augmentation and transformation. And we are sort of just at the very early phase of that maturity. And I think, so every organization will have to shift. And I mean, the talent will also have to shift consequently to actually thinking a lot more about the why and the what, and a lot less about the how.
Totally.
So in a sense, it's almost like saying product management versus product engineering.
That's a great analogy. I think one of so I'm going to probably, we've talked a lot about organization and talent. I'm going to change a little bit gears to, I was just, in some of the folks that we have met, everybody is a little bit skeptical about, how AI projects are going to pan out. And I was just curious, so I just went online and tried to, just search like, what's success rate of, AI projects out there. And it looks like, it's close to 85 to 90% or so they're failing. So how do you see like, TCS, or in your experience, like how can we really make these AI projects successful and really deliver the outcome that we started off with?
I think that's a great point. Actually, so I think the last year and a half has been, I would say, a years of exuberance. I think we have a hammer, and hammer is going around looking for nails, rather than the other way around. So actually, the numbers, I mean, we are seeing somewhere in that 15-ish percentage where the pilots are actually going into production and starting to deliver value. And our observation is that it's happening because of two reasons, actually. First, a lot of these projects actually start out by the tech teams. And it then becomes more the hammer looking for nail situation. So you sort of go ahead and do that, and then you realize that there is no value. So actually, delivering value within an organization using this technology is actually a team sport. It requires business, technology, risk and compliance, security, all of these teams to come together to actually define a strategy and execute that strategy. The challenge is that all of these teams today have different objectives and different constraints. And consequently, getting everybody to agree on a path forward is actually where a big challenge is. So that is one set of challenges. The second set of challenges is that building a high-quality solution is still very much an art form, because you need to invariably blend variety of AI methods. I mean, you want to blend, let's say, logical reasoning with analogical reasoning, right? If you will, traditional predictive models with generative models. Knowing when to not use generative AI is perhaps equally important than to knowing how to use generative AI. And that itself is a massive challenge. So the democratization and the ease of doing something is actually making people do things that are perhaps not necessarily right. So if you are thinking about building a consistent solution that is effective, efficient, and so on, invariably requires you to blend multiple techniques, right? And that is very much an art form today. So we have basically the reason why it's only 10-15% is either we are picking the wrong problems or solving the problems wrong.
Right.
And that's the reason why there is a big gap between sort of, if you will, the potential and the reality.
Right. And I think that's a very important point, because like you said, we cannot have one hammer for every nail, and from that perspective, what we are also seeing is customers have various different type of requirements, and not everything is a Gen AI problem. We have to be able to make sure that we can map the right problem with the right solution. And in some sense, I think if I heard you correctly in one of our conversations, is we have to start thinking maybe like more like a product, right? Where we are thinking like this is an outcome that we are drawing and bringing up with a solution for that.
Yeah, so I think right to left is what is needed, which is you start with where the value is, and then you walk backwards to the solution, rather than start with technology and then hope that it will deliver well.
It will evolve, yeah, absolutely. And I think one thing that I'm pretty sure everybody would like to know is it's a competitive advantage, right, for everyone to be leveraging AI. What could people do so that they don't fall behind, and how they should be looking at this? I think some of it you mentioned, but is there any last words around that how people should take away from here?
No, I think the future is definitely hybrid, and with this constant need to retrain, right? So I think perhaps the thing that every one of us, and certainly the next generation, will need to do is master the art of learning to learn, and have that develop the ability to do critical thinking and sort of question, analysis, which is something which is probably the only thing that will become more human. Everything else goes back to the why and the what will be mostly human. The how will actually get done by machines. So the need to continuously retrain, also because of the half-life of a skill has actually shrunk, is going to be very, very critical. This actually also raises interesting questions about future of 4-year degree colleges. Right? I mean, would they be teaching skills, or would they be teaching people how to learn? Right? Critical thinking, articulation, which is going to become much, much, much more important than learning skills.
Thank you so much. I think at this point, maybe we can open up to a couple of questions.
Yeah.
Is there a mic? Is there a mic that we can give it? Okay, we can repeat it. Please go ahead. Oh, I think he has it. Okay.
Hello? Oh, wow, it's really loud. Hi. Thanks very much for sharing your perspective as to how things are changing and evolving. So my name's Steve. I'm born here, but I'm the executive coach for IIT alumni in the Bay Area. So I've met a lot of IIT people from Kharagpur, Kanpur, Chennai, Bombay, Delhi, all the campuses. People are very, very smart at solving problems that are extremely difficult. Not so smart on how to learn things, on how to learn how to build relations, work in teams, emotionally modulate, executive presence, leadership, how not to only hire your batchmates for your building your company. So I'm really interested in this idea you talk about helping people learning how to learn. Can you elaborate on that? Because this is something that, as I advise folks, I spend almost 90% of my time teaching how to learn how to learn.
Yeah. No, I think it's an important problem, and I think the education system will need to change, is what I feel. Instilling people the confidence that they can learn anything that they want to is perhaps the most important thing that needs to happen. And then the clarity of how do you actually go about learning quickly. Because those are the two things that are going to matter in the long run. In fact, as I said earlier, our children will probably reinvent themselves at least half a dozen times in their careers. It's not inconceivable that that is going to happen. And having that courage to do it also is going to become an important piece of the puzzle as we move forward. So, interesting ride ahead. It's not going to be easy, but and for an organization, it is a substantial challenge because it's the entire organization design. We'll have to actually build organizations for change rather than designing organizations for functionality. Today's organizations, every organization is designed for functionality. It's not designed for change. So that's why the change management is invariably the slowest piece of the puzzle. Technology is not the problem. Change management is.
It would be great if you could talk about this at Stanford.
Sure.
All right, I think we are out of time. Thank you. Oh, we can take one.
Do you have time?
Hello. First of all, thank you for speaking. I can't agree with you more. I'm on the younger side here, and I was lucky to have a degree that really taught me how to learn and focused on a very general understanding of many different areas of tech and design and marketing. But that aside, because I agree with you, I agree with that's where it's heading. It's been very useful. What do you feel will be lost if we go kind of away from a hard skills world into a world that's dominated by root cause analysis, critical thinking, general understanding?
No, I think that's a great point. I actually did not say that we should not do depth. I think, in fact, one of the things that we are losing is what is often called as we're sort of entering an era where everybody is continuously in this continuous partial attention mode. Right, and that's actually not a very good thing, because then you can't really solve any hard problems, because you cannot solve hard problems with continuous partial attention and deep skills. So I think it's not an alternative. I think it needs to be this and that, not actually this or that.
I think we'll need to time out. So thank you so much. And thanks, Dr. Harrick, for coming and sharing your insights. Thank you.
We have one, oh, that's loud. Okay, hi. We have one last breakout session here, one last track, and then we'll continue with the rest. Hey, I'm Meghna. I run BizOps and PeopleOps for DevRev, and shortly Vish will be joining me from Velocity Global. But I'm here actually to talk about eras of some frameworks. So traditionally, there have been lots of frameworks that are out there. For example, OKRs or V2MOM. OKRs was really popularized by Google, adapted by Google, talked about everywhere, which really helped us align on strategic priorities, align with cross-functional teams across companies and organizations. Similarly, V2MOM was also quite, it was actually pioneered by Salesforce. Helped people come, together on like alignment on vision, core values, so on and so forth. However, the main focus of a lot of these frameworks was to align cross-functional teams. If you look at it, the frameworks were actually very, very focused on, they were metrics-driven, they were highly process-heavy, they were task-oriented, and not necessarily, really innovation-focused. And so alignment became the key factor for folks, but innovation was actually really lacking. This made us really rethink our approach at DevRev, and we started thinking about how are we going to put something together that in the new age of AI, the technology that is evolving so rapidly, where human touch needs to be combined with technology, what do we really think about in terms of areas which are more machine augmented, things about innovation first, things really about evolving very rapidly with this technology and collaboration more and more and more. So keeping that in mind, this shift really helped us think about a new framework where something that would be like highly essential because productivity is key and the areas that we want to focus on, the right areas to focus on is very key in this day and age as well. So let me quickly walk you through a framework which we call ECAP Square. And let me just take a couple of minutes to go over what this framework really means for us. So let me start off with E. You heard this morning about less equals better. Essentialism. Essentialism, where we are going to do fewer things, but with high quality. So in the world where everybody is busy, there's information overload, there's a lot of data that's coming our way, how as humans we focus on things that are absolutely critical and they are absolutely help us become more productive and we continue to focus on the right things because that's what truly matters for us, right? So keeping that in mind and essentialism as a top focus for us, we really followed the disciplined pursuit of the power of three. So let's talk about the power of three, the CAP, and what do they really mean. So C, really being customer-centric, C defines the why for us. If you really look at it, everything that we do at DevRev, or in fact any organization we feel should be doing, focused on customers. They say when you focus on the user, you focus on the customer, everything else really follows. So everything we do is centered around the customers. And there are so many customers out there. There are external customers as well as internal customers. Now, external customers are really, they're known to us. They are obvious. They are the different market segments, industries, regions that we focus on. However, internal customers, we don't think about it too much, but the reality is the sales organization we work with, the support organization we work with, the engineering teams we work with, the HR teams we work with, they are all our internal customers as well. We do interact with them on a daily basis. And there are a variety of users. So being customer-centric, what it truly means is for us to understand the diverse need of those customers. And anything that we do, how do we make sure that we keep them front and center? So that is C for us of the CAP. Now, let's talk about the how. A stands for AI native. Now, everything that we are doing these days is really requiring us to embed AI. The whole experience of any enterprise, any software, any application needs to be redefined because of AI today. right? The human experience needs to be rethought about. And it needs to be integrated in every single aspect of every application. So how do we think about minimizing that human touch and keeping AI also in the center? Thinking about bringing AI in terms of workflows, in terms of automation, in terms of search, and embedding that into the work that we are doing. So keep that in mind. AI is the how. And then finally, product-led. So product-first thinking in every single organization, what does that mean? If we start with the product, we reduce the focus on project-led work. What we are emphasizing is focus on the product, not so much on the project, because that's where the inefficiencies come in when you actually really focus on projects. If with a product-led thinking or a product mindset, we'll focus all on scalability, reliability, really good process design, so on and so forth. And then that mindset really helps us focus on bringing the customer the real value. So less emphasis on projects, more emphasis on products. If you put that all together, customer-centric, AI native, and product-led are the three areas. Now let's talk about the square. What is the square doing there? I mean, we are at DevRev, we are a bit nerdy, but let's explain what that really means for us. What it really is capital. As organizations, we all need to be making really smart investments in the work that we do. Now, smart investments are really about, if we think about inputs and outputs. So every single manager, every single person who aspires to be a leader within our company, and we think about that externally as well, has to think about the whole area, right? What's coming in, what is the investment in terms of people, process, and technology, and what's really the ROI. But it's really not just simply about allocation of resources. It's really about the principles that we follow to use that entire ecosystem for the advantage to really create value for our customers as well, right, and businesses as well. So some of the principles I would say that we apply at DevRev, 70-20-10. I think you might have all heard of that in the past. 70% of investment in your core work, 20 on the really adjacent opportunities, and then 10% really on the high risk innovation areas. So that's a concept that we focus on quite a bit. Arbitrage is another one. Arbitrage where you think globally, really think about the cost, the opportunity, and how can you really optimize the resources everywhere. And then finally, the compound. When there's input, you have to really focus on the output as well. So that is the cap in the framework, basically. So as I bring this all together for you, customer-centric, AI-native, product-led, the power of three with essential methodology, and then the cap square with the provision, arbitrage, and compound sort of bring it together. Now, as we look at the world ahead of us, it is changing. We all know that it's changing. AI, subscription economy, the global workforce. We know that the way we work together, it's going to change, and it is changing today as well. So instead of adopting some of the older frameworks, what we are looking at DevRev is basically using this new way of thinking that brings the focus on the most important thing, which is the customer, really emphasizes on the how, which is the AI, how we get work done, and then finally, product-led, so that the efforts are really focused on the user and creating value based on the product, and not necessarily so much on project-based works, really making it scalable, and so on and so forth. And then the investments we talked about as well, smart investments done right. To kind of show this in action, I would really like to invite Vish, and actually this is about how ECAP is turning the wheels at DevRev. Vish, please come join me here. Vish is the BizOps leader, strategy and operations leader at a company called Velocity Global, one of our customers.
Yep.
And Vish, thank you for joining us.
Happy to be here. Thank you.
Excellent. You've been working with us for a while. I'd love to understand at Velocity Global, how do you really put customer centricity front and center in everything that you do, and how is really that impacting you bringing together strategy and execution in your company?
Yeah, so we're a services-heavy company. So for us, we're going through a transformation. and I'm in operations, so our customer is internal heavy. But our goal and how we think about customer centricity is very much internal users, like helping them to be more efficient, helping them to do better, faster, more, and show up better to our customers. That is our primary goal. And you might ask, like, how is that different? I think the way that we think about it is like, we have to scale, we have to transform, which means you have to do a lot more with less. In customer centricity, how it plays out in reality is whether we're implementing new tools, we're streamlining processes, we're looking at data, whatever may be the case, the way that we think about it is using like customer insight. So there's a ton of data out there. All of it is in tickets, it's in conversations, it's in meeting notes, it's in people's heads, whatever it might be. Take all of that, synthesize that, and in anything that we do incorporate customer insight into our like plans. Like that's kind of how we think about it. So at all times, customers are telling you stuff. You just have to listen. It's already there. You just have to look.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
And then, we talked a bit about capital allocation. I'd love to understand what are some of the principles maybe you would have used internally to make smart investments with people, process, technology, anything that comes to mind to get the company going?
Yeah, I geek out on this stuff, like capital allocation. I think in like a business context or an investing context, I think the way, for us, it's very much like human capital and how you allocate that. And also there's some strategic dollar allocation as well, like what tools you buy, what software you buy, things like that. And I think the principles for us are, there's like 100 problems every day that you can go after. You want to work on things that actually like, one, help you learn faster, like whatever it might be. I think two, it takes you to the future faster. I think that's the second piece. And I think lastly, like you want to like work on things that save your future self. You don't want to be fighting fires in the future, so think backwards from there and like what's going to help. So I think the way that we think about capital allocation, whether it's dollars or people, like we think about things like in a much more discerning way. And at least like my org, like we say no to a lot of things that are return sort of neutral. And I have people from my teams that are here that probably hear that all the time. Like, you got to be incredibly focused, and that means saying no to a lot of things and doing the one thing that's going to actually give you like outsized returns and things that compound over time. So that's kind of how we think about it.
Excellent. Very happy to hear that. Very much aligned to how we think about it at DevRev as well. So let's talk about AI.
Yeah.
I don't know how many times AI was mentioned today in the conference here.
Someone's counting, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, again, like it's the how, right? And it has to be embedded in everything that we do these days. Just give us a little flavor of what does that mean at Velocity Global, and really has that impacted how people collaborate with each other, and just the decision making and so on and so forth. How does that sort of move now, given that we're using it so heavily internally as well?
So like I said, we're going through a transformation from services to being product led. So AI and it exploding is kind of like a massive tailwind for us. It's kind of a cheat code as well, and we're leveraging it actively. We're trying a lot of different things. But I think where it's predominantly helping us is a lot of our business, like the center of the universe, is like our support platform. And we're moving away from like a unidimensional sort of support platform to, we use DevRev now, and it's kind of our work operating system, if you will. And the way that I think about AI in our case is very much like it's helping us solve like a needle in a haystack problem. There's a lot of stuff, there's a lot of noise, but you want to go after like that one piece of insight or like that one problem that comes up over and over and over again. And it's like cut down the time to get to that problem and also like rapidly learn. So for us, like AI has helped, like we use Glean for like enterprise search. It's cut down knowledge silos significantly. We obviously use DevRev. And in the case of DevRev, it's not like AI is not a bolt-on. It's always on. It's everywhere. And I think like we've only been on DevRev for 3 months. I can't wait to see what happens, like 6 months from now. like with like conversational like search and things like that. So I think like that is a major part of what we do. And of course, like we also like use AI to build like our own internal tools and apps. We use like Airtable, which has a lot of AI capabilities. So I think Ethan said it in the morning. You want to take it to every meeting that you're going to, everything that you're trying to do. Like you want to infuse AI into it so that you can learn faster, you can solve problems better, and like you may find cases or like use cases that you don't know about today, where it could be like a huge boost. So I think that's kind of how we think about AI. It's experiment a lot.
No, absolutely. I have one last question, and then if anybody else has any question, we'd love to take that as well. Say a little bit about product versus project, right? We talked about the concept of product-led versus project-based work, which creates so much efficiency. How have you applied that internally?
Yeah, so I think for us, like product-led, the way that we think about it, like again, it's part of like like when you're transforming the way that you work, and you talk about like doing things in better ways. For us, product-led, the way we do it is like it's two things. Like one, you want it to be like impacting cost to serve, and I think two, you want it to like enable growth. Like those are the two buckets of like product-led like investments that we're making as a company. And it's very much like how do you improve the customer experience and digitize more and more and more of it, and do it in sort of like an ROI positive way. Like pick the right things to go after first and productize it. It's not trying to productize everything. It's not trying to make everything self-service. It's like what's the biggest like pain point today? Where's most of the friction, and how can you like slowly go through this journey of like standardization, systematization, automation, and then productization. I think the last person that talked the last session, it was like, automations are not the answer for everything, and it may not be the answer for every single like problem that you go after. And so you have to like go through that like spectrum and figure out what the right solve is. So I think we're very discerning in the way that we think about it. It's not like a one-size-fits-all like solution.
That's right. And just one more thing.
Yeah.
Arbitrage is something we talk about a lot. We are a very global company. We are in 7-8 locations across the globe. And so we're always weighing what makes sense where, right? I'd love for you to kind of just share how you think about arbitrage in general.
Yeah, I think we probably think about it a little similarly. We're a global company. We run HR and payroll for like thousands of companies across the globe, and like we support like 130 plus countries. So there's a lot of different ways in which you can move work around and transform work, put it in different places with different teams in different locations, maybe not even do a certain kind of thing anymore because now you have tools that like automate that away. So again, it's case by case. That's how we think about it. But we're constantly evaluating like what is the next thing to go after that will drive like outsized results. That's how we think about arbitrage. It's a lot of times it's like people and process. Of course, it also plays into product, but that one's like you have to be more careful. It's not always a solution, if you will.
Sounds great. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Any questions for Vish? Anything that comes to mind? We have like 40 seconds.
I think there's someone right there.
Hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Actually, it's a question for both of you. Maybe you can take turns. So as you think about building organizations and systems for these ever-evolving companies, both Velocity Global and DevRev, how do you think about what is the next generation of talent that you look for to be on this building journey?
Do you want to go first? Go for it.
Yeah. That's a very good question. And actually, just as as we talked about the framework as well, in the concept of essentialism, we also really talk about essential values for anybody, right? So every company has some sort of values. For us, it's our 4 H's and our 4 A's, which is around like hunger, humility, heart, so on and so forth. And so I always really think about, you can find talent in many, many locations, many, many places, but we really test people on essentially what the value, do the values of individuals really align with the values of the company or not. So I know that is only answers part of the problem, right? Part of the question that you have. Talent, it's here. I don't come from a technology background, but I learned to learn technology, right? And so it's not necessarily always for me about, or the way we think about it. We hire a lot of generalists along with specialists as well, but there's a lot of focus on finding people who have the intent to go deep into areas, and they're just curious in nature and can actually go pick up anything and everything for that matter, right? Because the technology is evolving so fast that for us to say, to plan careers based on I'm going to learn this today and then tomorrow it's going to be available, or I'm going to have a job based on that, I don't think that works in the environment anymore, right? If people have really stopped planning their career, I think the question to ask in an interview, where do you see yourself 10 years from now? Nobody knows how it will be 10 years from now, right? So the focus really on the curiosity and the learning ability of people, and having those generalists who can actually go deep into any of the areas, learn based on the needs, is what at least we pay attention to. And that's not in one place and one country. It's really across the globe. There's a reason for that also, that we are so global, because there's smart people everywhere. You just want to find the right ones.
I know we're out of time, but I will say, I think piggybacking on top of that, like hiring very smart, savvy sort of analysts who are very data-centric, understand, like all these like pro-code, low-code tools. They understand large language models. I think like having them in every single team is like a huge cheat code, and I would absolutely like vouch for that. Like on top of course, like you want to hire people based on values, but you want to have every team with some sort of Swiss Army knife, if you will. Yeah.
One more question seems like. And then
This is for Vish. So just going back to what you said, looking for talent and the type of talent that you also work with HR. Have you considered using DevRev to figure out where to apply the most resources to find specific types of talent and where you're most successful in applying those resources?
Right now, we're still at the problem level, like using DevRev to like identify business problems, like hotspots. I think what we do is like we're like a global employment company. So I think part of what we also do is we have like talent that everybody's hiring, like that can be repurposed, and it is something that we think about where we can help people identify the best talent in the best countries for a very specific role. And that is like, again, the needle in a haystack problem. Like this is tried and tested. This person's been hired to be a data scientist 5 times. Like you may want to hire this person versus go search for someone all over again. So DevRev doesn't play a role in that just yet, but maybe it will eventually. Yeah.
Developer productivity, we think about that quite a bit. Skills, I think we're going to think about that as well. I think I don't have anything on the roadmap right now, but ideally we should be able to use DevRev at some point, saying that, hey, you know what? I'm starting this new initiative. Who's available? Based on how much they're occupied or the work that they are doing, what kind of skill set they have. Ideally, at some point, we should be able to specify all of that and derive a project team who would be able to work on something like that, right? So that we'll get there, I'm sure. All right, thank you so much, Vish, for joining me.
Thank you.
And thanks everyone for being here. Jeff, am I giving it over to you?
Yes, big hand for Magna and Vish. Let them a big hand. For Achla and all the speakers you heard here at the breakouts. Great stuff. Now's a chance between 3 and 5. Please go visit our demo booths over here. Also, if you haven't had your headshot taken, make sure you get that in there. Get a new headshot for LinkedIn. 2024-25 season's coming. Get that in there. And also at 4 o'clock, we're going to have a happy hour over in the session over here in that space over there. Enjoy. And then back here at 4:50, we are giving away some very special raffle prizes. You're all entered just by being here. And then we'll kick off our 5 o'clock session tonight with amazing speakers. So go enjoy, make some new friends. See you back here shortly. I know we're enjoying the. How about a hand for the wonderful dueling pianos, folks? How about a hand for the wonderful dueling pianos? Tremendous. We're going to wrap up, and we'll be back at the main stage in 5 minutes. Thank you, folks. How about another hand for the dueling pianos, by the way? Give them a hand, they were fantastic. Hand for the dueling pianos. This means you clap, people. I know we're first time as an audience. How about a hand for the entertainment today? Come join us, we're about to start. I am giving away some very expensive prizes, so if you're not here, you won't get them. So come on, grab your seat. Please join us back at the center stage, main stage. We're getting started in 2 minutes. Thank you so much, and may the force be with you. Last warning, gifts are about to be given away without you. So come on in, come join us, grab a seat. We are ready to roll in T-minus 60 seconds. What do you think? That's it. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Where's the energy? Good afternoon. You've been eating all afternoon. How? Let's hear. Let's feel some energy in here. Did you have a nice lunch? Did you enjoy the breakout sessions? Did you get hired? Who got a new job while they're here? Anybody? Thank you for your honesty, sir. How many people have at least 12 pens and 15 books that say DevRev in their bag right now? Let me see. Same guy over here. Very good. So, what a great afternoon. How about a hand again for all the speakers and all the interaction. Thank you to DevRev. What a great day. It's all about Moore's Law, right? Moore's Law. What does that say, sir? Every year, my wife and kids want more. That's what it's all about. All right. Come on, they're going to get harder, people. I told you. You're doing well so far. What a great day we've had so far. And right now, before we begin our evening session, I should say, how many of you would like to win some fabulous prizes? Only this side of the room here. How many of you, let me ask the question again. How many of you would like to win some fabulous prizes? Through the magic of AI, how many people believe that right now we're not monitoring enough things about your life, your heart rate, your weight, your pulse, etc.? I feel like, Sanjay, what do you think we should do? Should we give away a couple of, what do you say, Teslas? They already have one, okay? How about some more? Who would like to win an Oura Ring? I know you already have one. Give it to somebody else, okay? Or you could put it on eBay or something like that. But we're going to use, I feel so generous, I don't want to give away one. I'm going to give away 2 Oura Rings right now. Who would like to win one? Hold a $100 bill in the air. No, I'm kidding. So right now, we're going to give away 2 Oura Rings, but you have to be present. So if you're present, raise your hand. Sharp group, okay? If you're not here, please don't raise your hand. We are going to use the DevRev app and the power of AI to determine who wins the Oura Rings. So please, John, roll it. Here we are. It's coming up. It's effortless, right? It absolutely is effortless. Excellent. We're right now, so what do we want to do? Can you please help me find 2 people in the audience to whom I can give an Oura Ring? He's typing. I said 2. 2 randomly selected. Is Ashley here? We have a winner. There's only one Ashley in this entire room. Congratulations, Ashley. Please see Sanjay. He will collect your information. And is Vikram Seth here? What's that? There's 14 guys named Vikram Seth here, by the way, okay? Is there a Vikram Seth here that does not work for DevRev? So why don't we, can you please pick someone else that does not work for DevRev? How about that? From the front row, who just handed the MC $100. Yes. Ashley, you won. Is Meghna still here? We have a different Meghna. Aditi also works here. This is version 1.0. We wanted to roll back to let you know how far we've come. Can you define that? No.
I think there's too many Ashleys.
There's not too many Ashleys here. I guarantee you that, okay? Is Amnon Agarwal here? Whose bot are we using? Not DJ Khaled. Is Beyonce here? Ellen Bartlett. Is Ellen Bartlett here? She's at DevRev. Somebody's messing with me right now. If the next name is not as a DevRev employee, I get the Aura ring, okay? Anirudh Madhavan. Is Anirudh Madhavan here? Yes, sir. Come on up, sir. Come here. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to Anirudh Madhavan. The power of association. We're all transitioning. Don't judge. Okay, now. If you need more assistance, just yes, I do. DevRev employees are very lucky. Find another one. Ah, that's why we said DevRev employees. Can we have another search, please?
Can you say pick Abdul?
Abdullah's in the front row, clearly. Okay. We have one more name. If it's not it, I'm keeping the ring. We're going to do that. How about that? Can I have one more winner of the ring? Ashley is alone right now with her ring, and she wants 2 rings now. Harita is also a DevRev employee. But Ashley holds that #1 position, I'll tell you that. She's really got that knocked down. If we don't come out, we're going to come back and pick the other winner later. Look at what I did. I just made an executive decision. Chelsea Fewer. Is Chelsea? Where's Chelsea? Does Chelsea work for DevRev? No. Is that Chelsea? Stand up. How about a hand for Chelsea? Congratulations. Put the ring on so we can record every movement, Chelsea, and we'll know where you are. So, all right, folks, are we ready? Are we ready? We have a phenomenal afternoon. We're going to kick this off with the person who is a force of nature, the man dressed in black, packs a punch. Put your hands together for the co-founder and president of DevRev, the one and only Manoj Agarwal.
Thank you. I'm just amazed to see at 5 o'clock also you have energy to really clap, to welcome, really appreciate. Knowing that the session started around 9 o'clock, many of you have come here. First, just want to thank you all, coming here and spending time with us today. It means a lot to us, a lot. So thank you. So what I'm going to talk about is a very different topic, everything that you have seen so far. And the question that comes, and if I was sitting there, will be to me also. If I have to adopt this or going to do any transformation inside my company, I'm always fearful of messing it up. Because you hear this thing all the time that, okay, if I have to go and do implementation, either Oracle or SAP or Salesforce or anything, ServiceNow, that I know that I'm not going to lose my job. It doesn't matter whether it is successful or a complete failure. It doesn't really matter. So if you have to go and adopt something completely new, transformational, and so on, how do you really avoid fear of this messing up? And that's the topic that I have. I'm going to talk about now. We all love, or I don't say that, maybe there is love and hate relationship here. The applications that we are already using, we have deployed, and over time, that's so much information and integrations that we have done. And we start to worry about the data that also sitting there. Do I really go and get rid of it completely? And this is quite, I would say that the fear of messing up comes very, very fast in us. And the question is, first of all, very first thing that comes in the mind is, could I connect to those systems? Could I really bring the data inside without really getting rid of those systems? In fact, those systems are still staying there. And you have heard these terms this morning about the knowledge graph. And knowledge graph is not about just going and displacing those systems. The first step is can I really bring this data in the system and connect it in a way to the two basic stuff, which is the product and customers, because of which you have the company. That's the only reason the company exists, which is the product and customers. Could I really go and connect it to those two things, product and customers? That's the knowledge graph. And then all the application, the use cases that you heard today about the going and doing an awesome enterprise search, both syntactic, semantic, like conversational search that I can go and do. Building those SaaS 2.0 apps, applications that we spoke about it today, as well as the conversational analytics. Now, like really, if I have to go and create a report, or I have to go and create the entire, let's say, the graphs and so on, could I do it conversationally as opposed to going and typing, like running those SQL commands and so on? So, one of the things, obviously you have heard about the agents, and how do you really have the human and machine both work together on top of this platform. But like the question again just comes back to this knowledge graph. And how do you really bring data into this system? Now this is where that at DevRev that we have taken, amount of R&D work, the research work that we have done here, which is like, how do I really bring this data? And this is where that you'll hear this word, airdrop technologies that we have built. In fact, before we wrote the first line of code for the DevRev, we actually started to build this technology. The idea was that I wanted to understand what's going on those systems. How do I really bring those data into this system? We knew that it will take us minimum 3 years minimum to get this right, minimum 3 years. In fact, we were not wrong. In fact, even in the 4th year, we think that we'll continue to go and make it better and better and better. There's a huge amount of R&D spend that has happened here. Now, what you see here is, how do I really bring this data, connect to the system, every single object that you have on those systems, how do I bring it? In this case, that I'm just showing an example of just connecting to a Zendesk system. And the system is able to recognize every single object that exists there. How do I really bring it? Before I bring it, I also need to know what all attributes that exist there. Now, how do I really map it into the DevRev system? And that's something that the system is just helping you with that information, as you can see. And what you see in the end, what it comes out is even the mapping that you'll see how much information that I have brought in from that system onto DevRev, and how these objects, every single number of users, number of accounts, number of workspaces, customers, tickets, all of this is just machine time, not human time. And something that we are able to go and build now, just go and multiply this to just not one system, you can just go and multiply this to hundreds of systems. Getting this right for the first system, absolutely took us a long time to get it right. But from there that we have built the system in a way that now I can go and expose this to hundreds of systems that I can go and connect to and get the data in this system. So one of a pretty large deployment from a company that I'm going to go and invite right now. They are a company, this is, we are talking to Velocity Global. They have customers, I just call it customers, in more than 100 countries. Highly regulated industry. 99% of the answer or accurate answer is not good enough in a highly regulated industry. You are almost looking for the 100% accurate answer. So there are lots of SOPs that gets created. And you're talking about this large Zendesk deployment that existed there. And this company took that path with us. And I would like to invite here the Vice President of Strategy and Operations, Vish, here. So Vish, why?
Why go through the pain of not messing up?
Yeah, you had something that was, I don't know whether it was working or not.
So I think a word that's come up a bunch of times is transform. We wanted to transform the way that we work, and we obviously used Zendesk before. And DevRev is quite a bit different from Zendesk, and we wanted to change the way that we work. We didn't want to be limited by the tools. And we chose a tool that, trying to find one was hard. There weren't very many, and not everything fit what we were looking for. And I feel like we did kind of find a unicorn in DevRev. It did a lot of what we wanted, and it would actually allow us to change the way that we worked. So I think that was the biggest thing. And of course, like the fact that you guys are very paranoid. I love that too.
Like the migration, by the way, is like the big pain point. Like I have created, like I see that you had more than 4 million tickets.
Scary, no?
We are talking about 17 million objects that's sitting in that system. We are talking 9 million comments and 1.2 million attachments. Like we are talking about terabyte worth of data that is sitting in there. How do you even, like, maybe just talk about the airdrop and how it actually helped you with this?
Yeah, I mean, I will say like the airdrop was like how I think all of us probably have like an iPhone, like how airdrop actually works is how it did work for us. Not without hiccups because there are different data models and whatnot. But overall, it was very seamless, right? I think it made it easy for us to make the switch and have business continuity. And I think we have hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue that we cannot mess up. And I think airdrop did actually do what it promised to do. And today we still have everything that we were doing in Zendesk, in DevRev, and we've not had any issues in 3 months. So it was clearly all the investment like worked, whatever you guys did.
So Vish, just to walk us through, maybe they were obviously, I'm assuming they were pain also, going through this migration. We are talking about not just it's the system, it's also the people that you had to bring along in this journey.
Yeah.
How was that experience?
So I think change management is hard even when you know in your heart like what you're trying to go to is like the right answer. I think the only way to do it is like invest up front. We have like incredible people on my team and on the DevRev team that put a lot into the planning. And I think really trying to like smother users with like everything that you can give them to support them. So on day one, they feel equipped. I think that's the only way that you can make something like this happen. Because change management, like it's not done yet. We're not done yet, and we're still doing the work, but it's the preparation on both sides.
Tell us the early result now that the system is in production. Zendesk is completely gone.
It's gone, yeah.
It's gone, right?
I don't think I ever thought I would say that, but it's completely gone.
So how is it going now? What had changed?
So I'd say like the most obvious measurable outcome is we did like a survey even recently internally talking to users, and there's just this belief that moving from something that was considered legacy system to like DevRev will improve resolution times and handling times. And I had my own sort of gut instincts on that, but the reality is it's played out. Can't tell you the exact number, but resolution times are down. We're still going through the same exact volume. We've gone through all of this change. We've gone through all of this like migration pain. But our resolution times are down, and we haven't even done everything that we can do to get the most out of DevRev. So I'm pretty optimistic about what's coming.
So at least the first thing is the resolution time has gone down tremendously.
Yeah. Something like 20% versus what it used to be in DevRev. In Zendesk.
And the good thing is that it's now connected to other system also in this knowledge graph without really taking them or getting rid of them. And you're getting advantage of like also involving other teams now through this platform and collaborating to really go and solve for the customer problem.
Yeah, so our customer success team uses DevRev, or they're in DevRev. We're trying to see if they want out of it, but I don't think they will want out. They will still want to stay in, and I think there's more reasons to consider sales eventually, engineering and product. I think, there's a lot of potential. And I think once people see what happens in DevRev, because the bulk of customer interactions happen in DevRev, and there's so much like magic with the AI, I think other teams will want in as well. And hopefully we can displace other things.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Vish. Like, really appreciate you here. Give him a round of applause. Now, this ecosystem, like, it's not just one app. There are many. And we have a marketplace that we have built, which is not just like us going and building those apps, or we call it snap-ins. There are airdrops, there are snap-ins, there are automation. There are going to be whole set of these AI agents that will show up in the marketplace. So not just us building it, there is second party, there is third party also with the API, with the webhooks, the entire developer environment that we are providing with which that this ecosystem is growing. You can check it out. at devrev.ai/marketplace. It's all live there. And this marketplace also is not just for the public marketplace, that we have built it in a way that you have a private marketplace that you can go and build it for your own team and just only share it with your team inside. Now, just like what you heard from someone like Vish at Velocity Global, the journey, I mean, what does it look like? Obviously, when we come and interact with you, we do talk about, we have the full team here on the pre-sales side, which works. I'm talking about the solutions engineer, solutions architect who comes and sits and figure out the proof of value. We do the half-a-day workshop wherever that you are around the world, that we travel to your place, bring more people, do that. Including that, create an environment for you where you can start to then expose it to more people and get the experience on DevRev. And it's something that we take great care, but then the other part that always comes to us is like, how do I really go and transact with DevRev? And what we have done is that if you have credits, that you can come to AWS Marketplace, from where also you can go and transact on us. But also the growing list of these partners. We are very early in that journey. Probably next year when you come, we have hundreds of partners who are coming and bringing these solutions near you. And lots of growing list of technology partners also who are coming in this journey with us. But also, DevRev itself, like through our own website, that you can come and start to get the experience of DevRev. It's fully self-served, including the setup that you can go and do, start to connect with the different applications. Just one application that you just go and connect with, that you start to see the power of knowledge graph right there. But we have the full team here who will be with you to also help you in this journey. The platform is built like with the security, enterprise-grade security in mind. Now, when you talk about whether it is single sign-on with your favorite, I would say the SSO systems like Okta or ADFS that you want to go and connect with, that you can go and do that. It has the multi-factor authentication and multi-factor authorization that is fully built in, encryption, AES-256, all of that is built in, micro-segmentation, like what you can think about. Fine-grained access control, I'm talking about attribute-level access control that is built into this platform. And with the compliance that you also expect for solutions like this, which is SOC 2 Type 2, GDPR, ISO, that CCPA, ISO 27001, HIPAA, and NIST, like a few of those things are in progress, but you'll start to see that's coming. Like if anything that is missing or you need, do reach out to us. Now we are globally present, and like there are 8 different offices worldwide that we have. That simply means that we are running 24/7 for your operations, making sure that we can provide that 24/7 support that you need from us. But also data residency requirement that you have, we are multi-region, which with that we have data center in US on AWS. We are in Frankfurt to really take care of our EMEA customers, especially who needs the data residency there, including like lots of BFSI and fintech where the regulations require the data to be there, let's say in India, for the Mumbai region also, and then there are more that are coming. And I mean, also, one part is that, okay, I am able to go and see the value. I'm able to, now that I have made the decision to get the product. But then the question is that, okay, how do you really adopt that entire journey? After I have signed up, what happens from there? And this is where that we have invested as a company heavily into the entire customer success, customer support platform there. Now, we ourselves provide the customer support, like as a tool systems, but we want to make sure that our own tools that we are adopting it, but a great team that is led by Molly Holland, that I want to invite her here to talk about like how do you adopt? What does it look like, that journey being on DevRev? So Molly, welcome.
Thank you, Manoj.
So tell us a little bit. Go ahead. So, I mean, now that I have bought DevRev, what do you do now?
Well, you talk to me. You talk to me and the entire customer experience team, actually. So wanted to take you guys through a little bit of what it's like to adopt DevRev. We start by mapping your success. So we kick things off and really give our customers a warm embrace between our customer success team, our applied AI engineers, our support team, to make sure that we truly understand what it is you're trying to accomplish. What are your goals, and how do you want to adopt AI in your organization? We also take a consultative approach to make sure that we're thinking about how to simplify. So it's not just let's do the same thing we were doing in Zendesk, or let's do the same thing we were doing in Jira. We want to really help teams think about a new way to work and to automate as much as they can, use AI in new and novel ways, internally and externally, to do things maybe they've never thought of before, even team enablement. It's not just about go to Slack and ask a question. It's how do we really make your teams more effective? So that's all a part of how we scope out what we're going to do with your team. And we also scope at that time what type of training and enablement will need to happen to make your team successful. Because this isn't just about like snapping in a new tool. It's about truly changing the way you work. And that requires education and enablement. And that's what our team brings through multi-touch points, whether it be micro-learning, bespoke workshops, virtual training, all kinds of things we can do, product certifications to make sure your teams are truly enabled.
Yeah, awesome. But like, so you did the scoping, you're doing the training, what else? Okay. What happens
then what's
from here?
Next?
Yes.
You want to go through the whole journey?
Absolutely. Like just mapping the success is one thing that I also want to see that it actually is going to be successful.
Yeah, so then we work on getting ready for go live. We're very hands-on during that session and that whole period of time, really. Making sure that all the team is ready. So we usually start with a pilot team, make sure some key influencers in your organization are fully adopted and ready to go and understand that value that DevRev is going to provide. We sit together and do the pre-go live alignment, and then we work through cutover.
So you said that pilot team. So why? Like, is it because of the two-way sync that we are doing with the airdrop technology that your applications, previous application is still alive? You are not moving out from there, right?
Of course you're going to move out of there.
So the idea there is that you don't have to move out your current app. You can stay there. All of the people, or maybe 90% of the people, can continue to work there. And only few people, the pilot team that you are bringing in here, to start to experience that. Only when that you are fully comfortable, that you brought them up to speed, is when you decide whether you want to completely cut it off, right?
Absolutely, and that's the beauty of DevRev, right? Full flexibility. Whatever way to adopt and transition makes sense for you is what we can do. Some companies are ready to do a full cutover in 2 weeks, like Bolt. They just said, let's rip that thing out and improve our process. And some companies want to take a little bit longer, and that's okay too. So we do whatever is most comfortable for the organization.
Awesome. So now day 0 arrived. Now what?
So day 0 arrives. It is our most exciting day, and we provide extensive hypercare through that entire cutover process as well as post-implementation. We are there to make sure everything is optimized and working the way it should. We make sure your team ramps up as they are expected to. We have usage data and dashboards that we provide to the management team so they can even see and make sure the team is adopting in the way that they expect. And we also make sure that we're optimizing through our applied AI engineering team any of the automations in AI that we've set up to make sure it's working as expected, and maybe refine, because maybe we learned something new about the way the team is working that we want to even further improve through the platform.
And one of the things that, especially for a lot of people adopting AI right now, they worry about that, okay, I don't have enough resources inside to make or go through that change. Do I even understand how to really do the prompt engineering, or am I going to go and mess it up completely on this completely new transformative platform? So how do we help with that?
So we really help the teams through that with, again, that applied AI engineering team. And maybe it's not that you don't have the resources, maybe you don't have the right resources, or maybe you want to keep them focused on their core work that they're doing. We can either sit side by side with your engineering teams and teach them how to utilize DevRev to its maximum potential. They can build apps on top of our platform so that you don't have to be reliant on us for any customizations and things like that. We have tons of APIs, webhooks, things like that that you can use to tap into the power of DevRev for whatever workflow there might be you need to do. But we also have our own applied AI team that can do all of that for you. So again, highly customizable.
Awesome. So I see there the Turing Squad. Do you want to maybe talk about that?
I'd love to. So it doesn't just end with cutover. We don't just leave you once you're implemented. We really love to watch the success of our customers unfold over time. Many of the companies that you've heard from today that we work with, we've been working with in an incredibly close manner for a long time to continue to drive that optimization. We do that through what we call Turing Squad. So it's our model where we have that team of success managers, applied AI engineers, all sitting together and solutioning with you and your teams for that continued optimization, looking at metrics and results to make sure you're getting what you need out of DevRev.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Molly. And give her a round of applause. Yeah, with the Turing Squad, this team is able to just bring that entire deep knowledge on the AI engineering integrations. They are helping with the workflows. They are helping with the analytics. In fact, you can think of them as an extension of your team. Doing that, like typically that you require this more than the applications, that you have a team internally that doing that work, that you can also pass that, maybe even 50%, 60% of that work to us. One of the companies that has taken this entire journey with us, which is starting it out, like Molly mentioned, while Velocity Global was pretty complex, but we took that amount of time, close to 4 to 6 months, to complete cutover. Here is this company, Bolt, which did this migration, the whole thing in 2 weeks. And I would like to invite here Alec, who is the head of customer support, to come and speak with us. Come, Alec.
Hey, Manoj.
Good to see you.
Hello.
Oh. All right. So first, maybe just to the audience, do you want to talk about what does Bolt do?
Yeah, so Bolt historically has been like a checkout company. We power a lot of merchants' ability to increase conversion and shopper loyalty. As we move forward, we're looking to be like a shopper identity program, being able to know shoppers before they even know themselves, helping them buy the things that they want, merchant loyalty, things of that nature.
So why did you decide to change even? So you were also on Zendesk.
Yeah, so Zendesk was great, during the time that we were in it, but the needs really shifted really quickly, right? AI suddenly become like really important. Everybody was talking about it. It was the newest buzzword, and Zendesk, I felt, was a little bit behind the curve on that. We were reducing our staff down from about 20 to 5 during a layoff, and very hard to go through that, but what we wanted to make sure was that we really supported our merchants and customers and that we didn't leave them behind. And looking around at the landscape, DevRev really stood out because of that AI, the underlying AI component, right? And just hearing about their roadmap, the things that they were going after, really aligned with the vision that I had, which was I just want to give our customers the information that they need, when they need it, where they need it. I don't want them to have to click in, right? Historically, you go in, read an article, it tells you where to go. I want them to be able to do what they want to do from right where they are. Even from the Turing agent, sure, it can tell you where to go. I want it to do it for them, though. Imagine Google Analytics. I want to enable it. They talk to the Turing agent. It enables Google Analytics for them. They don't have to go anywhere.
So 2 weeks for the entire switchover.
Yeah, so it was a very tight timeline. We were operating on a really reduced timeline because Zendesk was at a point where they were only doing 1-year contracts. We were really gunning for a 6-month contract, but they said no, and it was okay, well, either we stay with Zendesk for another year and wait for DevRev until after that, or we move with DevRev, and DevRev said, hey, let's be partners in this together. We can work together to solve the problem. We promise we won't leave you behind. And I said, well, I'll take a chance. Let's do this. We signed the contract in tandem with doing the migration, and it went flawlessly. I've put my life on the line for that, and thank you, Chelsea and Abdul, for making that seamless.
Thank you. So that was the first app that I see. Zendesk was gone. Now that's been running for you for close to what, 6, 7 months, 8 months, something like that. And then you made next decision because you were still already syncing data from Jira, from Asana, from GitHub, from HubSpot, and all of that.
Yeah, there was a bit of a fracture in the engineering team on where we were going to report bugs. So for like a period of time, we did Jira, some teams did Asana, and for us, that was like, where do we actually go? And you can't move things from Jira to Asana, and Asana's not a bug tracking tool. So one of the reasons we really did look at DevRev was like, it wasn't just for support, right? We can bring everything together. You can, your product managers love to come to support and say, hey, what are the big issues with, I don't know, enterprise search? And you're expected to go pull back tickets and tell them what the problem is. It's not as easy as it sounds, but with DevRev, right, you can actually go in and you can ask it what the problems are. It's smart clusters, tells you exactly what it is, and then you can actually focus on the solution. So like, I find a lot like in Zendesk, we got the problems. We never got to the solution because it took so long to get to the problem. When we retired Asana and Jira, we really brought everything together and were able to unify that information, not just for ourselves, but for our merchants, for internal customers, stakeholders across the company. All of a sudden, our CEO could actually go in, type his own question in, and get the information without tracking down over the course of like 3 days and finding that information. He can do it himself. Our AMs can go in and ask, what are the biggest problems for their merchants? It's right there. Tells them what it is. There's no more like, hey, here's the dashboard, or us exporting Google Sheets and things like that. It's amazing to have everything in one place.
Wow, it's beautiful. What are you doing next?
Lots of things. So our engineering team is actually in the process of moving into DevRev. So support kind of was like the trial to see if it really worked. Was it as big as it said it was? It turns out it is. And our engineering team is in the process of moving in. So what we're looking to do is that we've integrated with GitHub. Our PRs are going in. We're going to be releasing incident management. We are just looking to really dive into everything that DevRev has to offer.
Awesome. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Manoj.
Really appreciate. Give Alec a round of applause. That was the journey that they took, but you can start that journey also with us today. And obviously, there are zero risk migration work that you can think of with the airdrop technology that we are doing, and something that you can do it at your own pace. There is no expensive implementation cost. In fact, both the companies that you heard today, there was zero professional services cost for them. There was zero, exactly zero. And then, obviously, that you are able to see also this reduced cost to serve. Now, every time that we think about it, in the morning also we spoke about the problem statement here, especially when you start to think about the customer that you are serving. How do you really keep the customer satisfaction score highest at the lowest cost? How do you do that? The only way that you can do that if the machine does more work while you are sleeping or you're doing other work. That's super important. Very fast troubleshooting that you heard from the people also, and that in turn then helps with the net retention of the customer. In the morning that you also heard about startups program from Gaurav. I just want to highlight that this is an active program that we have. We want to make sure that we bring more and more of you onto this platform as you build your own company with usage of the platform from the very beginning, wherein that we also bring in the technical expertise. The culture that you start to build is that knowledge graph culture, wherein not necessarily all the tools and systems that you can't use. You should continue to use what is best for your business, but bring that data through the knowledge graph on which that you can continue to take this AI native journey for your own startups. And we are at a point right now, I'm just trying to, just in the last 6 months itself, we have had more than $2 billion API calls into this platform. So now we are talking about this is absolutely enterprise ready for you. With the number of workflows that are getting executed every single day is 1.5 million. This number is just growing like crazy. More than 4,000 of you customers that who are testing or using this platform, more than 100 snap-ins that are existing in our marketplace, and that ecosystem is also growing with more and more people who are building it, with 450 of us around the world who are here to come and support you in your journey, and with eight different offices worldwide. So I want to, again, call this out. We know that we understand the one size, it doesn't really fit all. And we are here to build for your, stand with you for your unique journey. Thank you. Thank you for coming here today.
Let's hear it from Manoj. Let's hear it from Manoj, and from Molly, and for Vish, and for Eric. Give him a big hand. Zero risk migration. How many of you like that thought? The front row. I'm not giving away a ring. How many of you still like it? Okay, good. Great information. All right, let's move now. Please help me welcome up the head of customer education and enablement at DevRev. Please help me welcome Naomi Chatterjee.
Hi everyone, my name is Naomi and I take care of customer education here at DevRev. Our focus and mission is simple, and that is to help you in your entire DevRev journey, starting from that first conversation you have with us, all the way through your acceleration and scaling for growth. Firstly, I want to talk about DevRev Unifiers, which is an exclusive opportunity for DevRev enthusiasts to join and share their experience and expertise and their perspective on using DevRev and how we can help create some of the world's most customer-centric companies. The goal of the Unifiers program is really simple. It's to share your expertise and perspective, to help you accelerate your personal and professional growth, to help you collaborate to create some of the world's most customer-centric companies, as well as be able to champion the essential methodology. At DevRev, like I said, we support you throughout your entire journey. And we have a lot of cutting-edge technologies that we've worked on, starting from the onboarding AI agent to conversational search, as well as our brand new certifications and continuous learning. At DevRev, we really believe that less is more, so we focus on simplifying this learning experience for you so that you can focus on what truly matters, that is your customers, your product, and your people. Recently, we did a product certification. Give you a second to look at the pictures, where we focused on search, analytics, and workflows, and these workshops were led by our product experts. These sessions are designed to give you a hands-on experience of the product where you really get in, increase your depth of understanding so that you can make the most of DevRev. We do have some interesting awards coming up as well, where we want to recognize our enthusiasts, our customers. So yeah, looking forward to that. And then lastly, with DevRev, our enablement really helps you to drive faster implementation, stronger teams, and measurable success through our product, through our learning experience. We really help you to drive change, adopt AI, as well as impact your success. And this results in enhanced productivity, faster onboarding, and continuous learning. And like I said, we do this through our brand new onboarding AI agent, our certifications, and our workshops. With that, DevRev hopes to be your biggest partner in you adopting AI, in you adopting DevRev as well, so that we can help you in your entire journey. All right. Thank you.
All right. How about a big hand for Naomi? All right. Have you heard a lot of great, interesting talks today? A lot of practical information. I'm very excited about this next talk because it's going to talk about breakthroughs in biology and using microbiomes as agents. And we are thrilled to have a very special guest speaker here. He is a professor of microbiology or bioengineering at Stanford University. Put your hands together. Help me welcome Professor Michael Fischbach.
How are you guys? This is an unusual experience for me, but I'm going to try to tell you a scientific story without leaving any detail out. But in order for you to understand it, I'm going to cut all the jargon. This is the first time I've ever done anything like this. It's an experiment. Everybody from my workplace and home thought that this was impossible, so we're going to try to prove them wrong. It's a really exciting time in biology. It's almost an out-of-body experience to be practicing this right now because things are changing so quickly. There are no themes that cut across what has happened over the last few years other than one, which is that some of the most impactful and meaningful things have come from completely wild and unexpected places. So this is a story like that, and it's very early, and now you'll have heard it, and we'll see where it goes. So the question that we started out with is shown at the top of the slide. It's a basic science question. We had no applications in mind. It was a puzzle. If I asked you, after having been through the pandemic, what is your immune system thinking when it sees a pathogen like a virus? We might argue a little bit, but we would eventually agree largely that it's trying to stop the replication and spread of the virus so you don't die. That's why your immune system exists. So then, let me ask a different question, which is, what is your immune system thinking when it sees the friends, the microbial friends that live in your stomach and on your skin and in your mouth? And that question has been puzzling, and I'm going to try to convince you that the answer is bizarre and may end up being useful. The immune system, you might think, would see our microbial friends, which coat all of the exterior and interior surfaces of your body, and give a friendly wave and walk in the other direction because they're there to help us, and so we shouldn't attack them. But that's not at all what happens. What happens is completely crazy. I'm going to show you what happens. All this work took place before we got involved. What happens is that certain microbes, when you put them on the skin or in the gut of a mouse or a human or a monkey, induce a huge burst of immune cells on the other side of the barrier. So a few things that we've learned about this process. The first is that the kind of immune cell that comes out the other end of this sort of bizarre process seems to be dictated by the bug who's on the outside. We have no idea how that works. We still have no idea how that works. I thought that was the problem we were studying, but it turns out we're studying something completely different. The second observation is that the immune cells that come out the other side of a process like this know exactly what they're looking for. They have a receptor on their surface that is completely specific for a piece of the bug who's on the other side of the skin or on the other side of the epithelial lining of the gut. So they're entirely specific. You wouldn't be surprised to see this from an immune cell that's responding to a viral pathogen, but seeing this in the context of a microbial friend is a little alarming because it looks like the immune cell is on the hunt against a friend. And then that brings me to this third odd thing, which is that ordinarily when you get a big adaptive immune response, something has broken through your skin. Either you got vaccinated or a pathogen got in, and then there's a 5-alarm fire, and these early responding immune cells rush in, there is swelling, you feel like shit, and that is sort of what your immune system is supposed to do, and hopefully that early response summons a big second response by your immune system, which is entirely specific and clears the pathogen. That's what's supposed to happen. What's weird about this is that when your immune system responds to one of your microbial friends, apparently nothing happens. You can't see any signs of inflammation, there's no swelling, there's no nothing. It's just that about 10 days later, a big burst of adaptive immune cells show up. And then, puzzlingly, they do nothing. They just sit there right underneath the skin or right underneath the epithelial lining of the gut. So why are you getting this huge immune response that does nothing across seemingly an impenetrable barrier? What happened? So that's where we got involved, and I'm going to tell you about a crazy experiment that a physician scientist in my lab did. And I'm going to tell you what she did, and then I'll explain why she did it. It works better in that order. What she did was, this is a massive screen by my academic standards. What she did was to genetically engineer a skin bacterium, a bacterium that lives on every square centimeter of skin of every human on the planet. So this is a friendly bacterium, and she put a little piece of a tumor inside of its genome, so it would make it on the surface of the bacterial cell. Why did she do that? Because she wanted to trick the immune system into making immune cells that the immune system thinks are specific for the bacterium, but we know are also going to have the same specificity for a tumor that resides elsewhere in the mouse. Why did she want to do that? Because she wanted to put these immune cells to the test. She didn't believe that they're there to do nothing. She wanted to know whether there's only two possibilities. One is that they would sit and loiter right underneath the skin where she had put this engineered bacterium and do nothing, which is all anybody had ever seen them do. The other possibility is that they would do what any self-respecting immune cell should do, which is to leave the site of microbial colonization, travel to the tumor, and kill a tumor cell. You understand the distinction? So then, I'm going to tell you how this experiment works because it's unusual. It's very simple. Most of the experiments we do are really complicated. This shows you what we do when we genetically engineer things. This physician scientist in my lab, Erin, did not think any of this was going to work, and so she made dozens of different versions of this engineered bacterium, thinking that none of them are going to work, so she might as well try everything. And so then she did this experiment. The experiment, the technical details are shown here, but let me just tell you that she used mice that are not engineered in any way. These are normal lab mice. They're genetically completely normal. And they have a tumor that's sitting in their flank, their hip. And all she does is to take a Q-tip and dip it in a culture of this engineered bacterium and then very gently rub it on the head of the mouse. That's it. That's the entire experiment. Just a gentle application of bacteria to the skin on the head of the mice. And so she did this, I think, expecting nothing to happen. What she found surprised all of us. If you apply nothing to the skin of the mice, or you take a bacterium that hasn't been genetically engineered, all of the tumors will grow out of control and all of the mice will die. It's a very aggressive tumor. However, if she applies this engineered bacterium that has a little piece of the tumor on its surface, then about 10 days later, the tumor completely goes away. So this is a shocking result. Like all good data these days, it arrives as a text message, usually in the middle of the night, and there it was, a whole line of mice that had no tumors in them at all. Okay, so we eventually figured out how this worked, and what's happening, and how this puzzle of sort of seeming action at a distance is that the bacterium that sits on the skin is inducing a very powerful immune response. We hadn't realized that it was as aggressive as it was, and that immune response mostly takes place in the lymph nodes that drain the skin on the head of the mouse that sit right around here. And then those immune cells, having been trained, rush through the blood vessels in the mouse's body and go right to the tumor and kill tumor cells. We had no idea that they were capable of doing this. In fact, this works well enough that the most aggressive form of tumor we could put into these mice, we let it grow for as long as you can let this tumor grow for, which is about 2 weeks. They form these large, palpable tumors that you can touch with your finger and are probably about a week from killing the mouse. And then we apply the bacterium. You can see on the next slide that the tumors, each one of them will grow, and then when the bacteria show up in the skin, they immediately shrink. So this is something that I think the surprise here, and the reason why this work got so much attention last year, was because nobody had expected this degree of aggression from the immune response to a friend. So I think we had it all wrong. We thought the immune system had friendly things in mind when it saw our microbial colonists, but it doesn't have that at all. Okay, so then I'm going to tell you one more mini story, because where this work has gone, I think, is even more mind-boggling. A different trainee in my lab, whose name is Jeanette, she noticed that when the immune system responds to a pathogen, typically uses two different arms of the immune system to do that. The one I just told you about, which involves killer cells, is shown on the right. This is called the T cell. You don't have to remember that. The one on the left is usually invoked at the same time, and that's something all of you know well because we talked about it all the time during the pandemic, which is antibodies, which are made by a different kind of immune cell called the B cell. So Jeanette wondered, is there anything going on with antibodies here? I can't believe we had all missed this, but Jeanette did exactly the same experiment that Aaron had done. She took a Q-tip and dipped it in a bacterial culture of this skin bacterium and put it on the head of the mouse and walked away. I have to tell you something that I think you remember from the pandemic, which is that when you get your first shot, there's a big burst of antibodies that show up in your bloodstream, and then they fall down. And then you come back 3 or 4 weeks later for your second shot, and then there's another big burst, and then it kind of falls back down to a slightly higher level. That's the way vaccination works. That's what we're all used to seeing. When she put this bacterium on the skin of the mice, what happens is rather extraordinary. The level of antibody doesn't go up and down like that. It just goes up and up and up until about 6 weeks, and it just levels off, and it stays there forever. So it's as though the mouse has now been vaccinated against this bacterium that was put on its surface. And so we've learned a couple of things about this, and I'll show you how we're trying to make this useful. We could see that the antibodies that were elicited by this process of colonization were targeting something that sits on the surface of the bacterial cell. So Jeanette figured out, using kind of clever molecular techniques, what they're targeting. They're targeting a giant tree-like protein that sits on the surface of the bacterial cell and sticks straight up, straight into the air. And there's a lot of interesting things about this. We're not exactly sure why the bacterium wants to do this, but it very potently induces the immune system. So for some reason, the bacterium is trying to goad your immune system into developing antibodies against it. Again, we have no idea why that is. Jeanette figured, though, that this could be useful. If this thing is so potent at inducing an immune response, she wanted to put a different protein into this position. Why did she want to do that? Because she thought that it might be possible to create an unusual kind of vaccine this way, where whatever you place here, we could ask your immune system to make a lot of antibody against that. So I'm going to show you how she did that. She figured that if you put something that's not usually there on the surface of the bacterium, then by painting it onto the head of the mouse, we could encourage the mouse's immune system to make a lot of antibodies against whatever the orange thing is. And what she used, because we use it all the time in immunology, is a fragment of the tetanus toxin. You guys have all been vaccinated against tetanus, so she used the thing that you were vaccinated with to see whether that would work on the surface of the bacterium. When Jeanette made this engineered form of this skin bacterium where she put the tetanus toxin into this position and then painted it on the head of the mice, she elicited an extraordinarily high level of antibody against tetanus in the mice that had been colonized. So I have to show you that this is the kind of data point that captured our attention fully. When she challenges the mice with tetanus toxin, all of the mice that have had this bug painted on their head live, and all of the other mice die. And I'm going to show you this because this is the moment where we realized we really had something. We'll see if this video works. This video does not work, but I'm going to tell you what it would have looked like. These mice on the left were challenged with tetanus toxin, and it's a little bit grim, but having been challenged with tetanus toxin, the mice will shiver for about 90 minutes because they're having trouble moving the muscles that control their breathing, and then they will die. The mice on the right are running around very happy, having been treated with the test article, this engineered bacterium with a little tetanus toxin on its skin. And this was a shocking result for us because, remember, all that happened to the mice that were unaffected by being injected with tetanus toxin was that they had a Q-tip rubbed on their head and then Jeanette walked away. So I think what's most exciting to us is the idea that we originally went into this project trying to understand what the immune system was thinking when it sees a bacterium that lives your whole life on your skin. And what she came out with is an approach to vaccination that could be incredibly powerful. Imagine the way we apply this bacterium to the skin of the mice is we whip it into a little bit of cream that we buy from CVS, Cetaphil. Some of you may even use Cetaphil. Imagine taking a little tab of Cetaphil and rubbing it behind your ear, and that's it. You're vaccinated. No needle, no healthcare worker, no pain, and for those of you who have children, no need to hold a screaming child down to get vaccinated repeatedly. We think this could be not just incredibly cheap and easy to distribute, but a very powerful way of eliciting a kind of immune response that doesn't just show up in your bloodstream, but also in the membrane inside of your nose, in the membrane on the inside of your lungs, which is where you really need immunity against respiratory pathogens like SARS-2 and flu. And so, that's the rest of my story. If anybody has a question, I would be happy to answer it, but it's a tale about how unexpected things can emerge quickly in biology these days.
Have another hand for Professor Michael Fischbach. Great stuff. That was phenomenal. I don't know about you. For everyone who sat through today's presentation, you are eligible for 12 units of college credit, because that was pretty good. And I would like to ask, can you please work on the next COVID vaccine? How would we like to see that? I'll go get a Q-tip on my head any day. Anybody else? So thank you. Great stuff. So we have come to the point in the afternoon here. We got a few very exciting things left, but we have a very, 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 very exciting announcement between TCS, which is Tata Consultancy Services, and DevRev. And to share that excitement, hold on to your seats. Please help me welcome Dr. Harik Vin, the CTO of TCS, Dheeraj Pandey, the CEO of DevRev, and Tena Kitapu, the head of partnerships, Kitapa, at DevRev. Tinu.
Can all of you hear me?
Yes.
What a great day. Did you guys all have fun? Woohoo! I want to bring attention to the session we had this morning with Ethan Malik, and where we talked about efficiencies in the service and how AI was transforming that field. Do you all remember that? Great. In that spirit, I would like to invite Dr. Harik and Dheeraj to share their insights on the strategic partnership we're currently developing. Dr. Harik, let me start by thanking you and expressing my gratitude for the sponsorship and partnership with TCS. Thank you. It means a lot to me, personally. The landscape of services is evolving rapidly. Could you elaborate to all of us here on some of these changes and the role AI and something like DevRev's knowledge graph would play in this change and transformation?
So first of all, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. So I think, when you talk about services, actually services is fundamentally in the business of knowledge work. And knowledge work is indeed getting transformed with infusion of AI. As I said earlier today, actually there are sort of 3 levels of maturity. Assistance, which is actually helping people do what they do faster, maybe improve productivity. Augmentation, make better decisions, and actually completely rethink the value chain itself, which I called it as transform. So we feel actually that we are sort of on the cusp of this shift, if you will, where, up to now, we are actually dealing with a world where technology is offering information and automation at the fingertips of people. We are probably going to get into a world where you will get wisdom and expertise at your fingertips. And that shift is really going to redefine every domain of knowledge work. Whether it is, if you take insurance as an industry, you take something like underwriting as knowledge work, or claims management, or disaster management as knowledge work, all of them are going to get redefined. Because if you imagine essentially making a 2-year-old experienced underwriter to be as good as a 20-year-old experienced underwriter, the world changes. And that's exactly the space that we are going to get into in the near future. But to do this, we will need to actually go beyond task-level co-pilots, which is what we are at today. We'll have to go from task-level co-pilots to what we call as genius partners for every domain or genius partners for every role within every domain. And that's really sort of the big transformation that is going to likely to happen. And that's where we feel a partnership with DevRev is actually going to be fantastic, because we understand the domain, we understand knowledge work. We are actually thinking about building genius partners for every role, every domain. We need to build it on a platform, and what DevRev has is actually a fantastic platform to actually do something like that. So that's our interest in sort of a potentially amazing partnership.
Thank you, Eric, for saying this. I'm humbled and honored. You are, leading an organization of hundreds of thousands of people with tens of billions of dollars of revenue, and you look at us and you're like, look, we can learn together. By the way, Eric was a professor at UT Austin, computer science, and was in the US for more than, 15 years? 20 years. And then last 18 years, he said, I'm going to move to India and I'm going to really lead an organization and really bring this idea of bringing services as software. So that's one of the things that I really feel excited about what AI can actually do. So thank you, Eric.
So the next question is to you, Dheeraj. Eric has introduced the concept of services as a product, right? Dr. Eric did that multiple times today, throughout the day. Could you explain what this means for DevRev? Normally, when we say product, most people think software or something tangible and hard. So what is services as a product to DevRev?
Yeah, and I think this is something that I talk about business model changes. AI will also bring a big business model change. We talk about SaaS industry. We buy about $300 billion worth of SaaS licenses every year, but there's $1 trillion that's spent on just maintenance and implementation every year. And there's another $3.5–4 trillion that is spent on everything around it, which is not directly connected to SaaS itself, but everything around it as well. And if AI can't make even a 5% dent in this $1 trillion industry in terms of making it a better expert, in terms of really automating and coming up with maybe monthly bills, for example, like the way subscription did in the world of product, I think then AI hasn't really delivered. So we feel like even a $50 billion industry that gets created based on outcomes, where rather than just build software, which is what TCS does a lot for its customers, to go and operate it, support it, and grow the business, which is now support ops as a service, and engineering ops as a service, and product ops as a service, and sales ops as a service, and marketing ops as a service. Many of these things will be servicified through software. And that's where we believe that DevRev can actually play a big role in building these search engines, the workflow engines, the analytics engines, but really being more connected to their customers rather than the way which is build and then move on, rather than build and stay. I think that's a big win-win opportunity for our software and their business model as well.
Thank you, Dheeraj. I think it's very important for all of us to know that the concept of product is ever expanding.
Yes, absolutely.
And concept of services is also changing. So services as software and services as product, the future.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So I have to do this to you. It is in self-interest. What can our friends expect in terms of next steps and next announcements, timelines, anything that you can drop a hint at?
I would just say stay tuned.
Stay tuned. Well, thank you. Thank you, Eric, for saying that. Really appreciate it. One last thing I'll say, a round of applause for Michael Fishback. He brought so much of courage and vulnerability to explain something really profound. Here we have a PhD and a professor, and has actually been doing leadership around hundreds of thousands of people, really transforming the service industry. And he's another person who actually came and talked about something so profound in front of all of you who are techies, to say, look, this matters. Biology matters. I mean, I'm passionate about oncology, computational oncology. Maybe one last word on how you feel computing and biology could be coming together, and if there are people out here in the crowd who can help the two systems come together.
Actually, that's a great point. In fact, we were having this discussion earlier today. I feel that actually computer science and all other fields have to come together. Biology just happens to be one. But if you think about neuroscience, or for that matter, any other field, So the future is actually computational anything, which is to actually bring computational thinking to that domain. Neither one in isolation is going to be good enough. It's the fusion of the two is where most of the future discoveries are going to come from. It's actually, some of the things that we saw today, and in fact, that is where even things like digital twins that are actually accelerating this. So for example, one of the things that we have been playing with or building is actually a digital twin of heart, digital twin of skin, so that you can do exactly these kinds of experiments in silico rather than.
Awesome.
So
it's amazing, powerful.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Eric, for saying that. And thank you again for a fledgling partnership that we hope actually flourishes in the future.
Absolutely.
We are humbled and honored to have you as a partner.
Yes, and same here. Looking forward to the journey together.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your support, Director Herrick. And you all heard from the man. Stay tuned. Thank you.
All right, how about a big hand? Exciting announcement. Thank you, Dr. Herrick. And the concept of digital twin really brings home an actual real-world application of biology and the science and how we could use all this AI and all the compute that we're creating and all these different methods. So another hand for that partnership. Is going to be very, very exciting. Glad to be part of it here. So it is with tremendous pleasure that I right now get to introduce here in front of all of us one of the most influential tech investors of our time. He's been on the Midas list 16 times. He's been in the top 5 the last 4 out of 5 years. He was the first investor in DevRev, and he says even before Dheeraj, by the way, put his money in first. Please help me welcome the managing partner of Mayfield Fund, Naveen Chadha. And joining Naveen on stage, please help me welcome, she runs the customer advocacy group, I could say it, here at DevRev, Ellen Bartlett. And I believe we're going to do some recognition and give out some awards.
I think we need to start with you first. Do we have one for him?
No.
I wish we did, and
No.
we should bring one for next
Come on.
time. Thank you all for being here. We're really excited to kick off some awards. Some of you may have heard yesterday we had a fantastic user workshop at our Palo Alto office, and we're thrilled to recognize some of the participants. So to kick things off, the first one is the Participation Pro Award. And this recognizes the most dedicated and enthusiastic individual throughout the entire event. So please give a round of applause for Niara Borzi from Unifor. Thanks for joining the event and making it so special.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Awesome.
Thank you.
Yara. Thanks, everyone. So our next award is the Deep Thinker Award, and this recognizes the user who posed really thought-provoking questions during the discussion and really enhanced the learning experience for all of us. And this goes to Abdul Alberto Sheikh from Bolt. Perfect timing. I'm glad we caught you before. Thank you again.
You get an award.
Thank you so much. And Yara, we have one coming for you.
We'll take a picture. Congrats.
Thank you, Alberto. All right, the next one is the Search Mastery Award. This honors the master of search who successfully navigated through data to find answers faster than anyone, proving there's no query tough enough to crack. And this goes to Charlie Gray from Unifor. Thank you, Charlie.
Congrats.
Thanks so much.
I'll
Cheers.
just take a picture.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have two more. So the next one is the Analytics Master, and this is awarded to the sharp mind who uncovered insights with precision, mastered our data dashboards and analytics like a true detective. And this one goes to Paul Nobile. Thank you.
Congrats. I'll take a picture. Thank you.
Woo! Thank you, Paul. And we have one more, the Workflow Master, and this is awarded for mastering workflows and automating processes with precision, driving efficiency and innovation throughout the entire workshop. And this goes to Chris Schrudy from Velocity Global. Yes, thank you so much. Excellent job, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you again.
Thank you. That concludes our user awards, but I absolutely want to recognize all of the users and customers that participated in yesterday's workshop. It was such a huge success and so fun to see all of you there. So thank you again. Thank you.
And how about a hand for all the award winners one more time? And Naveen, thank you for staying on stage. So we're down to our final fireside chat of the day. And once again, not only do we have one of the most influential tech investors on stage already, we're about to bring up another one. So will you please put your hands together, help us welcome one of the most influential tech investors of our time, the head and the founder of Khosla Ventures. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Vinod Khosla.
Hey, Naveen.
Good to see you. It's an honor to be back on stage with you.
Oh, it's great to be here.
Absolutely. I think the last time I did this in this role with you, if you recall, was when India was hot. Tech investing in India, the year 2005. Do you remember that? Right, like we were saying.
You have better memory than I do.
I need to keep up. No, it's a real delight to have you here. It's always been a pleasure working with you and learning so much over the years. So let's start with, you've seen many, many cycles over the years, right? Like you were an entrepreneur in the 80s, then you became a VC. I've been following your footsteps. I only started in the 90s. Both of us have seen, right, like many, many waves, from like PCs to the internet, to mobile, cloud, social, and here we are, AI. But both you and I know this has been around for 50, 60 years, right? And you are a leader in this space who has studied AI, not only today. Whenever I used to come meet you, whether it was 10 years back, 15 years back, I used to say, I'm reading about this. So what's different this time?
Well, you know, we've been trying AI for a long time. We haven't had AI. We've had brittle rule-based AI. We've had narrow functions that don't generalize. So, and a lot of what was called AI, and still is called AI, is mostly statistics, right? Support vector machines, you pick your favorite, random forest, there's all these things which I don't consider AI. And if somebody says they are, then I assume they are not qualified to talk about AI. So, and the number of business plans that have mentioned AI, and then the people don't know the very basics of what is AI, what's scalable, what's not, what is it good for. But we made some quantum leaps in the last 2 years, technically, that have allowed for not only a lot more capability today, but to actually define the path for the next 2-3 years
and say, very likely we will get capability X, Y, and Z over the next. So it's easier to think about the future today than has been, one. Two, what we have today and can see and use is so useful so generally, and I can talk about what we don't have also, that you can imagine applying it to almost every area. The room is imbalanced. Most of the people are sitting on the left. Maybe I should turn around and talk to everybody. Yeah.
There's more drinks there.
Yeah. But this idea that we can predict the future, know what we have, know it's universally useful. Universally means 70% of the cases I think about are now doable with AI, when 5 years ago, it was probably 5% of the cases you might imagine were doable. So much more broadly applicable, broadly cost-effective. So I think it's a whole different world. And when people say to me, I was doing this 20 years ago, I know they don't know what they're doing. I also have another joke I use quite often. I think it's right. When somebody tells me what university they got their PhD from, in what year, I can almost certainly predict the algorithm they're using. I can reverse back into deciding what algorithm, because if that's the currency, other than the few people who've kept up and adapted a lot.
No, it's so true, right?
So AI is a different beast, and more importantly, on a different learning curve than we've ever had.
So one of the things, right, like both of us have seen so many of these tech shifts, and for entrepreneurs in the room, the customers, VCs like us, it's always been a 10x inflection. My gut has been telling me this is a 100x force. How are you feeling about it?
Well, I'm probably among the most optimistic people on where we are in AI's inflection point. I just finished a 25-page document on AI in the next 5 to 10 years, 10 to 20 years, and then beyond 25 years. And I look at all three periods quite differently and treat them fairly in some level of detail, though I could have written 250 pages. I was told nobody would read it.
You could have used ChatGPT. There's a function called expand, and it expands.
Yeah, I could have done that.
I'll do that for you.
I was talking to this is a fun story. I was talking to a congressman last night, and he said he used ChatGPT to write most of the legislation he just introduced. Of course, he had it staffed and vetted. They have to have an economic analysis. So it gets vetted. But it was amazing. He said, would have taken me months. Now it just took a few hours.
Yeah. So knowing you, right, like, and having followed you, we have done so many investments together. What do you think is going to be possible that was not just possible? And the kind of investments you have made always are not obvious when they are made.
Yeah.
So give me an example of one thing which is going to change humanity if it happens.
So I would ask the opposite question. In 5 years, what will not be possible? And my answer would be nothing I can think of. Nothing. In terms of technical capability, how they're deployed, the pace at which they expand in corporations or use cases in consumer society, hard to predict. But I'm pretty sure we'll have AGI and exceed human capability when it involves thinking in almost every area. In 5 years, we might even have robots that can do almost everything human can do, but that's probably a little more iffy. If you want one area, it's because of we don't have enough data in, say, bipedal human robots. So that might be 5 years before a robot can thread a needle, and that's both bipedal and dexterous manipulation and the mechanicals and all that. So that'd be the one area I might point differently. But almost anything a human can do on a computer almost certainly will be done well before 5 years.
What about you and me? We need jobs too. So what happens?
I don't think I need a job, but
Neither do I.
I'm good.
So what happens to the VC industry?
Well, look, whether you're talking about financial analysts or analysis, I think in 5 years, AI will be able to do it.
Agree.
If you're talking about doctors, you're talking about structural engineers, you're talking about salespeople, you're talking about marketing people, all those functions, accountants, accounting, legal, almost all those functions where they're technical, like a scientist in biotech, a biotech scientist or a scientist for material science or computer science. I think in 5 years, all of that will be possible to do. And I would guess at the level of a typical person in their specialty area, we can probably come close to it within the next year.
So what do humans do then? There are many of them.
So I would refer you to my 25-page paper on it.
They haven't read.
That's what this was about, the meaning of humans. Now, I think we've had this coming for a while. We've been blind to it. How many people here have read the paper Situational Awareness? A few hands. Everybody should read it. Well worth reading. But I have an interview you can look up under my name in the New York Times in the year 2000. And I said, AI will have us redefine what it means to be human. Now, today, when you're age 5 and you're going into kindergarten, you're told to study hard, work hard, score well, get into a good college, get a good job. I think that notion will disappear because we won't need jobs. We'll do jobs we want to do, but most of the jobs on this planet are basically not useful, not jobs that are respectable. So if you're a farm worker working in 100-degree heat, 8 hours a day, it's not a job. Or if you're an assembly line worker at GM, mounting a tire on the car for 8 hours a day for 30 or 40 years, none of those are jobs. Those are servitude because you need to support your family. I think jobs to support your family will disappear in 25 years. Your kids will have to deal with this. That's an unusual vision. And even labor will be near free. All expertise will be near free. The good news is, I think a farm worker and an oncologist will make the same income because they will be upskilled to the capability of an AI. Think about it. If AI, most of the expertise resides in the AI, all professions are the same.
Yeah, so it's expertise democratized.
Yeah. So in the 10-year time frame, almost certainly bipedal robots will be doing the same thing. So I mentioned my 25-page paper. I address all these issues and questions in great detail. So I would say not our kids, because all of you have kids, and I get asked, what should my kids do or study? I think the current generation will have a tough time. I think the next 10 years will look like productivity improvements in all of your companies, and that's not that disruptive. It's a nice thing to have productivity improvements.
Yeah, that's
year
stakes.
10 through 20, massive job displacement and very disruptive. And hence, it'll depend on each country whether they adapt it or not. Labor will be near free. All expertise will be near free. Do you let that happen? Do you displace jobs? That'll be the toughest question for society. And I think in year 10 through 20, this will be hugely disruptive to our politics.
I was going there, right? Because you need
different
regulation.
countries will adapt these technologies at different rates. They will have different strategies. Some will be dictatorial. They might have an advantage more advantage than a democratic process. But I think the end of it, my bet is 20 years from now, when your kid is 5 and going to school, so today, when I hear somebody advise a kid, follow your passions, how often do you hear that advice? And I say, really bad advice. First, figure out how you support your family and do what the standard of living you want to have or can tolerate. And then figure out what your passion is and how it fits in or doesn't. If it doesn't, your passion should be a hobby, not your job. Don't follow it, because you can't support your family and you can't be fair to your kids. I think 20 years from now, I'll be able to tell kids, follow your passions no matter where they live, because society will ensure a minimum standard of living without you needing a job. Quite a radical statement.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. I'm just trying to think, what if this doesn't happen? But assume it happens, right? Like,
there's my view, I'd give anybody a bet that even 10 years from now, it will be technologically possible, where I'd give anybody here 10 to 1 odds that it will be technologically possible. Now, societies may not adapt it.
That's going to be the issue.
Right?
The humans.
It'll be the humans. And we saw this in the Screen Actors Guild strike. It was earlier this year or last year, where the Screen Actors Guild said you can't use AI to do this stuff. And my answer is, almost certainly anybody who signed up to that contract will be out of business in 5 years, because they signed up to not use AI. And those who use AI will kick their ass.
Yeah. I think you and I are on the same page on the 100x. You're saying it's 10,000x or more. It's the human in the middle, and since we have entrepreneurs,
and that'll vary country by country.
Agree. So for these future entrepreneurs, assume the picture that is being painted, even 50% of that happens. What should they do? How should they build a company now? Right? Because you're going to have AI teammates, you're going to have humans. What does the future entrepreneur look like?
Let me repeat what Sam Altman likes to say. We've mostly known the world of LLMs. So GPT-4, 4.0, all that. It's pretty stunning what they can do relative to 2 years ago. Using some metrics, Sam says that there's been a 10,000-fold improvement in capability from GPT-2 to 4, and 4 to 6 will be another 10,000-fold improvement, which is hard to imagine given where we are today. But that's LLMs. Now, recently, OpenAI released O1, which for the first time was a reasoning system. So LLMs and then reasoners, and the next reasoner will come soon. And after that, we will have agents or agentic platforms that will actually go do tasks for. And here's what I mean by an agentic platform. I say, hey, I just finished a talk in San Francisco, and I just wanted to be sure I got here in time for this one. I would just say, make sure I'm on time. It would note, look on my calendar and the address of where I am and where I'm going. It would look up Google Maps to look at how long it takes, etc. If I'm taking an Uber, it would know how long an Uber takes to show up and make sure I get there on time. That's an agentic system. After come agentic systems, and I'm talking about hierarchy of AI, I think the next thing I'm really excited about will be AI scientists. And think about if scientists are free or near free. I think every organization could hire 10,000 of them. And that's pretty damn exciting. How many people here have heard of Devon? Quite a few names. How many people are using Devon? Oh, good. Yeah. So one of our companies has hired 10 Devons. Think of it, 10 Devons. They do charge roughly $10,000 a month, so it's like employees.
Yep.
And they have to do the work of an employee. You'll be able to do it independent of whether you're doing material science research or biology research or software development. That comes next. But the next level Sam talks about, and I'm repeating Sam's story, not mine, but I believe it, will be organizational level AI. So it can essentially run an organization. Dheeraj won't have a job.
So he doesn't need one too. Let's talk about somebody else. He's doing it for passion.
But this progression of AI capability is roughly how we should think about it.
But isn't AI and humans going to interoperate? If it's all machines, where do we go, Mars?
That's a nice notion. Whether they interoperate or not is a choice question. Whether they need to interoperate is not a choice question. The AI can do it all.
Correct. But humans are smart, right? Like basically...
Not as smart as AI soon.
I know, but they control. Somebody has to pay the bill. The human may not. It's not free,
no,
right?
No,
like,
look.
Dheeraj can say...
And I spent quite a bit of time in my long essay talking about the fact that many of these choices of what we let AI do or not do will be human choices.
That's what I'm saying. So humans in my mind, and tell me if I'm wrong, have to feel comfortable. In the long run, this is better.
Yeah. And that's why I say
it'll be painful.
Different countries will make different choices.
Agree. And even different organizations will.
Yeah.
And where I was
Well,
going
there it's easy. The organizations don't use AI will be obsolete very quickly.
Yeah.
And
actually everywhere.
Yeah.
So it's the same as when the internet came, right? Remember those ads of e-business?
Yeah.
You will have to be an AI native company. And my feeling is the sooner entrepreneurs, C-level executives endorse it and not fight it and figure out what to do with it, they'll come out as a winner. If there is fear that I'll have no job, then you get the worst out of people, right?
Yeah.
So since we are in a mood to say everything is going to be in trouble, I actually have some favorite industries that I want to talk about.
Okay, let's go there.
What do you think happens to...
Can I just do one more clarification? Since most people live in the short run, I try and think 25 years, in 10 years, in 5 years. In the next year or two, every professional you have, you might be able to hire 5 interns for them. So I was just talking to somebody who's, in an accounting firm, you have junior accountants who do entries and stuff like that, and then you have reviewers who review the entries for correctness. And they're basically saying in parallel with the junior accountants, they're hiring AI accountants as interns. And I think that'll be true in accounting, it'll be true in medicine, where you get intern doctors fresh out of med school. And for the next 5 years, you can multiply every person with 5 junior interns, and they will do the supervision of the tasks. And that's a good model if you want to think the next 5 years to keep in mind. Whether you have a material scientist or an accountant, they can have their own interns to multiply them, and they're supervising to make sure the junior accountants are doing well and doing the right thing. In fact, this person said, the funny thing is the AI junior accountants are helping the human junior accountants get better faster. So interesting anecdote.
Yeah, let's go to our favorite industries, which VCs usually don't fund, right? So I was presenting on the future of AI yesterday at one of the biggest strategy consulting firms. And I was on a panel. They were asking me a lot of questions. And I asked them, one, what do you think is your future with AI? So what do you think happens to services companies which are in the business of selling hours, selling the broadest level, right? Like, given what you just talked about.
So if I'm looking at the next 5 to 10 years, every service operation that's making 15, 20% margin.
EBITDA or gross margin.
Gross margin.
Yep.
You know, the service business have low, people businesses have low gross margins. The good ones will get to 70, 80% margin. And the ones that don't adapt AI will stay at 15, 20% and barely make a living. But then pricing pressure will come in and prices will decline. So the really good service companies that use AI well will get to 25, 30% margin.
But why not new ones? Because as we saw...
Well, it could be new ones, absolutely.
Yeah. As we saw with perpetual license to subscription software, the incumbents don't change, right? You're a public company, I have to get rid of my employees, change my
people who try
model.
and protect revenue, things like that will really get hurt. People who take a strategic long-term view will do well.
What about software, right? Labor markets, I agree, are 30 trillion.
So software is interesting. I believe the following will happen. You'll have software engineers that are AI engineers. You know, 3 years from now, almost certainly, they will do better than somebody from a Stanford computer science degree and 3 or 4 or 5 years of experience. That's in the next 3 years.
AI engineers.
AI engineers. So then the question is, how can you leverage them? And I asked my team about 2 weeks ago, I said, find me an area where you need a minimum of 100 engineers to do a startup. I'm letting you in on a secret, but can't afford to do that. Let's hire 10 and multiply them tenfold with AI software engineers, and then do the task of 100. So instead of doing, if you take an area like marketing or CR, there's so many niche products. Why? Because they can't cover the whole scope. You know, and so when an area like marketing or sales ops or things is broken up into, you're using 5 applications, somebody will do all 5 together. That's sort of the short-term strategy approach to software, where you're doing much more. So DevRev's doing more than CRM, doing multiple functions, but they'll be able to do much more over time. For example, many more functions. You know, not a separate Jira, not a separate Zendesk, right? So that's the short-term implication.
But do you think many of them survive with this per-seat model? Or like, does the world with AI move to a consumption model?
Look, these things are driven by what competitors do. Right? Nobody cared about electric cars till Tesla came around. In fact, the forecast for the number of electric cars in the year 2035, based on all the automakers, was smaller than the number of cars Tesla alone shipped in 2016. So the world was fine going on this path of, it'll be 2035 where we ship thousands of cars. And then a competitor came along, Elon Musk, and he said, oops, I've not seen this study, I'm just going to ship cars. I'm going to plan on very high volume, and nobody believed him for years. And then he just did it. Guess what? It's forced every other automaker to be in the electric car business, but they're behind. The same will happen in every industry, especially driven by AI. It'll be competitive pressures that determine this. And of course, regulatory and policy play a big role, which is really bad news for the Europeans in general. I hope there's not too many Europeans I'm offending, but they are self-immolating right now, as far as I can tell.
If you have tomatoes, you know where to aim, right? Like, if people, I think they're all on this side so that they hit me. Don't worry,
If you ask AI whether you should throw tomatoes or rotten eggs smell worse because of hydrogen sulfide.
Yeah, I think they're kind. But they're kind, right? So I think I hear everything, entrepreneurs are hearing this thing. What do you think if the predictions you're talking about happen? All of our companies would love, yours, mine, every venture finance company, for the buyers of these companies' technologies to move faster. So what do we do? Because there are humans sitting there in corporates, right? It's not a AI buying the product, right? AI doesn't have a credit card for everything. You know, it's a bureaucracy.
Why doesn't an AI have a credit card? That's your assumption.
No, the corporate doesn't allow still, right? So if you're selling to an enterprise.
Here's the point.
Yeah.
And this is what this situational awareness essay is about. In 10 years, the essay says, the change will be so large, most people don't have a clue. 10 years ago, there wasn't a single automaker, traditional automaker, that assumed they'd have 5% of their sales in electric cars.
Mm-hmm.
So these assumptions will change when people see somebody else doing it. They will get urgent when somebody starts hurting their business.
So what do we do to accelerate it? That's what I'm in it for, right? Because both of us
get the
are
right
impatient.
AI talent in-house.
No, not at us. Those buyers need it.
Look, there will be a competitive dynamic globally. China is a special case, but there will be a competitive dynamic. How fast industry adapt will be which instigator of change drives that change in that industry. It'll vary widely. There'll be people who will say, I've done this my whole life, it's not going to happen. Others say, I'm going to reinvent this world as a new startup. Almost certainly, I think in the software engineer area, it'll be a startup.
Yeah. So where I have been thinking about this, and these conversations were happening in the hallway, you mentioned Tesla, right? So say I'm an entrepreneur, and this happened with JetBlue. Legacy industries, a lot of times, there's too much friction going to them.
Lots of opportunity for entrepreneurs. No
Why won't you
question.
go become a new one? That's what Amazon did. You guys were investors in it, right?
Yep.
Like, you can be a battery company, go sell to everybody in this world and say, make an EV.
Yep.
Elon said, hell with it.
Look, the exact...
I think that's what is going to happen, like selling software into banks, you use AI, heck with it, man. I'm going to become a hedge fund, right? Like, which is all AI with one or two
here's
humans.
what I would say. All scenarios will be practiced. Some will win, some will lose, some will win temporarily and then lose. Others will fundamentally reinvent segments in industries, and they will, my bet, be the long-term winners.
Yeah.
But it's entirely possible existing players adapt. They've generally not been able to do it. But you know, when Sun came along in the 80s, none of the computer companies responded, and then other people started to respond, but in the end, none of them make it.
Yeah,
You
but
know,
they
the
were...
names that were computer company names, which most people wouldn't recognize today, was DEC and Data General, and Burroughs and CDC and ICL over in Europe. None of those names exist. IBM became
I only know one.
Yeah.
So now you're even predating me.
So these were the dominant computer companies, right? The big ones were Data General, DEC, Data General, Prime. In the mini computer area, IBM was a computer company. It had to become a services company. And they were all new names.
Yeah, we're almost running out of time. One last question, right? Like, you guys were the first investor in OpenAI. Jensen has done an amazing job at the GPU level. where do you think, and both of us see 5,000, 10,000 companies a year or even more, where are you hunting? Where is the big opportunity, the new green field, the new blue field opportunity, which you haven't seen today?
So that's a good place to end. I don't think we are done with innovation in AI.
Agree.
There's a progression of AI that's pretty stunning, right? And once you play it out, and if it starts to be a big part of like GDP, you'll need more data centers, more power. It'll create opportunities up and down the stack. But I haven't assumed that the transformers or the paper that started it all, attention is all you need, is the main paper. That'll be what we will have in 10 years.
I agree.
So, for example, we have a very public bet on an esoteric piece of math called category theory, and say, can it produce an AI that's many orders of magnitude more efficient or more capable, or, there'll be a dozen of those attempts.
So you are saying up and down the stack, whether it's the chip layer, whether it's the foundational model, it's all up in the air. This is just the first inning.
This is first inning. Now, I don't think the foundational models go away, but they will be they could be complemented by other approaches. I do think the foundational models have more legs than people realize. With scaling, they will develop more capability. So whether it's reasoning capability, hallucination that you worry about, or other capabilities, some people assume the physical world of robots will have a different foundation model. I think traditional foundation models will extend to that, and others will develop specific models for robotics because the physical world is different and there's not enough data on it. Hard to tell which one wins. But will there be whole new algorithms? I suspect so. But it's possible the foundation models are scaling so fast, they stay ahead in functionality.
Yeah, one needs to just have an open mind. That's what I'll tell entrepreneurs, right? Like, it's not usually the first company which wins. Google was not the first one. Facebook was not the first one, right? And Dheeraj asked me, Dheeraj, if you're okay to ask a question. Given he read your paper, how do we know this is the real Vinod and it's not the digital twin?
I don't know how to answer that question.
You said anything was possible.
If it was a good digital twin,
yeah, that's what I'm asking.
You shouldn't be able to tell, and
I'm not as smart. AI is smarter, Vinod. You told me AI is smarter. Naveen can't tell that, right? Now, jokes apart, guys, it's an honor to be spending time with a legend of our industry, Mr. Vinod Khosla. It's a delight to be sharing the stage with you.
How about a hand for Vinod and Naveen? That was visionary. One more hand for Vinod and Naveen. What a great day it's been. Did you have a wonderful time today? How about another hand for DevRev? Have another hand? Absolutely. For Nora over here taking notes and capturing it all day long. Nora, how about a hand for Dheeraj and Manoj? And for Kavya for putting this all together. And for Michael, Molly, and Ahmed. How about a hand for John and the AV staff back there from Riverview? How about a hand for Lisa Nolan, Bettina from Groundswell, all the sponsors, all the speakers, all of you. Thank you all so much. My name is Jeff Applebaum. It has been an absolute pleasure. Hope you enjoyed today, and we'll see you at the next Effortless in Mumbai in February 27, 2025. Good night. Make sure you vote, and let's go Mets.
How are you? Great seeing you.